Hello, everybody. Cowboy here for our 15,000 Reddit follower Q&A. I also kind of did this in conjunction with 10k YouTube subscribers. So, yeah. First off, just wanted to say, of course, thank you to all of you followers, new and old. You guys always leave me speechless. I don't know what to say, but all the support, whether you just, quietly enjoy my content, if you like, comment, subscribe, if you're in the streams, however you are supporting me in any way, shape, or form, I really do appreciate it. It means the world to me. Yeah, a week from recording this, roughly, I'll have been doing this for 1 year, which it kind of both seems like a long time, but a short time. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's gone by so quickly, and so much has happened in the meantime. When I started this, I don't want to say I didn't expect, but I wasn't counting on, I hate to say success, but success, do you know what I mean? I certainly never thought we could have reached these kind of levels, at very least this quickly, but yeah, I'm very pleased with how we've done so far. Thank you to all of you for all your support, and yeah, I'll stop with the rambling and let's get into it. Also, I should mention, you guys might have to contend with my dog snoring in the background. Usually I record without her in the room, but it's nighttime and she's sleeping in my room, so it'll be some nice background noise for you, if nothing else. But we have a fair amount of questions here. This could be a long one. So let's tuck in here. There is a few repeats in here from my past Q&As, but they're all really frequently asked questions. So I'll just repeat them just for the new followers, and I didn't omit very many of these, just a few. Purely for privacy reasons, I should say. So, if you asked a question and you don't hear it answered, that's why. I'm not going to announce it or anything. These are all anonymous, so if you don't get your question answered, don't feel bad at all. I don't take offense to any of these, just, I'm sure you guys understand. I kind of like to keep things under wraps, if you know what I mean, as best as I can anyway. These are in no particular order, so yeah, let's get into it. I'll start off with probably my most frequently asked question. I got asked this quite a few times in this one, and that is, how did I get started doing audio work? A couple months before I started, I should preface this by saying I've been a long time listener in the community, but I always just lurked. I never really commented. I wasn't involved. I tossed around the idea of being a script writer, actually, off and on, but never really got into it. And I've never been one for DMing creators, but this one time I did. I DM'd a female creator just to say, hey, love your work, this and that. Me and her got talking just about, normal conversation, I should say, which kind of evolved into voice chatting, and she liked my voice and suggested I start this. And that day I got verified, and the rest is history. You guys know the rest. It's really that simple. I didn't have any grandiose dreams of one day being a VA. I never even considered it. Um, if I'm being totally honest, before I started this, I kind of hated my voice. I couldn't stand hearing myself like in the background of a video or anything. I really, really never thought I would have been here, but alas, that's how it happened, and here we are. And with that, we'll start going down the list here of user submitted questions. First up, have you ever played Postal or Postal 2? It's one of my favorite games of all time. I know of them, but I haven't played them. Actually, I own Postal 2, weirdly enough. Some of you might know this. GOG, Good Old Games, is giving away a kind of a not safe for work games pack. There's like 10 or so games in it, just in protest of the recent Visa MasterCard being used for not safe for work content fiasco. I haven't read into it that much personally, but some of you might know what I'm talking about. But I do own Postal 2, not Postal 1, but I haven't played either, but I'll have to give it a try. Do you ever want to voice act for a TV show, movie, or web series? Yes, I would love to. I haven't had the time recently just because, my own personal projects kind of consume most of my recording time, but I have come to really, really enjoy not just the spicy aspect, but just the pure acting part of voice acting. But yeah, given the opportunity, I would love to voice act in just regular, I shouldn't say regular, but you guys know what I mean, other like non-audio projects, TV show, movie, web series, games, that type of stuff. So, self-plug here. If any of you are looking for a voice actor for some such thing, I'm interested. You know where to find me. Does it ever affect your ego knowing so many people have, quote-unquote, enjoyed your voice? I will say this, doing audios and getting the positive feedback that I've been lucky enough to get so far, I wouldn't say it's affected my ego. It has helped me be more confident in myself, I should say, in kind of an all-rounded way. But I try my best to kind of keep my ego in check because, as much as I do appreciate it, it's not normal to receive as much constant adoration as you do doing this type of thing. I do appreciate it, but I think it's easy to let yourself kind of get big-headed, I should say, or you kind of become expectant of it in a way. So, does it affect my ego? Probably subconsciously, yes, but I do my best to not let it get to be too much. But, I'd love to know if you have any kinks you enjoy. Is there any you haven't done with an audio yet? There's a couple questions down the line that ask me about my personal kinks, so I'll kind of answer this one in relation to the audio part. I'm not a super kinky person in my real life. Like, however much of a sex fiend you guys think I am, dial back your expectations a little bit. But I will say I am something of like a switch when it comes to the dom sub thing. And I haven't been doing much M sub lately, which I think I'm gonna have to dip my toe into that sooner than later. Or maybe like a bondage thing where like the girl, or the female listener I should say, gets tied up. I don't know how that would play in an audio, but then again, I haven't been searching for many scripts that entail that kind of thing. But beyond that, I would like to do more JOI, which JOI stands for jerk off instructions. I don't know how you would phrase that for a female listener. I wouldn't call female masturbation jerking off. I digress. I do like that, kind of like the talking you through it thing, stop go. I do, which I have done some of that, but that's one thing I really do enjoy and would like to do more of. Have you ever considered taking commissions for custom audios? I have in the past. I did a few in my early days, and I've done. For those of you who are brand new, I do. Every time we reach one of these milestones like this, I do a custom audio giveaway, which I've done. However many Q&As we've had, I've done that many. 4, I think. But those are on rare occasion because I won't go too much into my personal situation, but my recording time is very, very limited. So when I do get a chance to kind of get spicy on the mic, I like to kind of keep those for my keep that time rather for my personal projects. I am hoping to open a Patreon as soon as I'm ready, so I'm always trying to build a backlog for that. Yeah. Do I take commissions? No. But if you enter the giveaway, which I'm sure most of you have, there is a chance to get one for free. So there's that. Is there anything you hated as a kid but enjoy now? Okay. I would say, in a way, I would say the dentist. As a kid, I was petrified of the dentist, even for normal procedures. And now, like, of course, nobody likes fillings and stuff like that, but like a good cleaning, I love it. Like walking out of there when you feel so clean, I'll never stop doing it. Every 6 months, I'm in there. Next question. Do it jiggle. Yes. Do you plan to stream Stardew Valley again? It's very, very cozy and relaxing. Yes, actually, at the time of recording this, we streamed it last night, and I always forget how much fun that game is until I really get into it. It's addicting, but we are kind of back to streaming Stardew at the time of recording this, and you can expect more in the future. I'd love to hear how you chose the audiobooks you performed, and would you consider making a Safe for Work YouTube channel so I can share it with the kids in my life? The Velveteen Rabbit is my favorite of all time. Thank you for reading it. No problem. Thank you so much. Yeah, at the time of recording this, again, I've only done 2 thus far. I did The Little Prince, and then, like you said, The Velveteen Rabbit. The Little Prince was sort of recommended to me to do, or it was more recommended to me just as a story, and I gave it a kind of a synopsis, quick read, and I thought it would make a good audiobook. So I went and did that, and I got really good reception on that, so I went and did The Velveteen Rabbit, which, if I'm being perfectly honest, I picked mostly randomly. You can find children's books for free online, of course, and I had heard of it only by name, and it seemed like a good pick for kind of the more adult storybook reading audience. You know, it was kind of a classic, that older storybook writing style, and I ended up really liking it. Both amazing stories, by the way. Would I consider making a Safe Work YouTube channel so I can share it with the kids in my life? I think I could do something like that for sure. I would have to make sure it's not connected to my other stuff in any way, shape, or form, of course. I'd have to use an alt name, this and that, but I think I could definitely do that. I'll look into that. What are the things you notice first in a person, physically, emotionally? What qualities do you gravitate towards? I'm not sure if this is asking more what do I notice just in people, like anybody I meet in the world, or more if this is like what I look for in like a woman type of thing. But I try not to dwell too much on the physical aspect, but emotionally I would say like engagement with you, when you're talking to somebody, are they really listening to what you're saying and responding to it in turn, and you guys are having that kind of back and forth? Or are they more just talking at you and waiting for their turn to talk when you're talking? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? And just intelligence in general, is this somebody that I can keep up with and somebody who can keep up with me? Not like I'm some smarty pants, but you guys know what I mean. Kind of a sort of a equal on kind of a intellectual and humor level, somebody who can, get your jokes and you get theirs, make each other laugh, that type of thing. What is the ultimate dream you'd like to accomplish in life? I would definitely say, as of right now, being debt-free is a big thing for me. Everybody's got to work, everybody's got to make money, but to be able to be somewhat free from corporate hell would be a big plus. And then just being able to enjoy my life on my own terms, I suppose. Have you ever done something spontaneous? How did it go? I'm not a very spontaneous person in general. I hate to be meta about it, but I would say this, starting audios. It was, it was recommended to me, and that day I started. So that's about as spontaneous as it gets. And how did it go? Well, you all know how it went. Luckily, very well. What is your most prized possession and why? I mean, my dog would be my knee-jerk answer, but I don't know if you could call her a possession necessarily. I would say anything left to me by family members who have passed. Like, the first things that come to mind is my grandfather, my grandpa, as I called him. Before he passed, he gave me a belt buckle that he got from his job for like 10 consecutive years of no workplace accidents, like one of those type of things. It's like a brass engraved belt buckle with his name and, the amount of time and the little picture on the front. And he also left me an old atlas, like a book. I'm looking at him right now, actually. But I would call those my most prized possessions, material things that you can go out and buy, it's the cliche saying, but those things are replaceable, If the house was burning down, I would grab those before, my dog, and then those before anything. Do you like old school games, puzzle style, like Bejeweled, Mahjong, Solitaire? If yes, do you have a fave or one you enjoy more than others? Bejeweled, I played that before. It's been a long time, and I hate to say it, but I don't know how to play Mahjong or Solitaire. The first thing that comes to mind is dominoes. I like playing dominoes. But, nobody in my real life knows how to play, so... I usually just play when I'm playing Red Dead 2. They have dominoes in there. And that's how I get my fix. Favorite game genre? I like to mix it up all the time. I like, like strategy games, base building, survival, that type of thing. But my favorite games of all time, if I had to pick like a top 3 or 5, most of those fall into that like open world action adventure type thing, like Red Dead, Cyberpunk. Those are a couple of my favorites. That type of stuff, but hard to pick a favorite. Could you recommend some books? I love your taste in books. I haven't been reading much since we last did one of these. I've been going through a bit of a history phase, so I've been reading through The Secret Life of the Mongols. That's one. And then I go in and out of reading Blood Meridian, which I think I recommended even on the last QnA, but I've been reading it very piecemeal. But I hate to be boring, but I don't have many new books to recommend you guys. I haven't been doing a whole lot of reading. But thank you. I remember you said you don't usually express your true feelings much. Do you feel different about that now? I mean, doing this and, making so many new friends and, communicating with people on a daily basis, it has helped me become a bit of a better conversationalist, definitely. And maybe I'm a little more open to expressing my true feelings, but I feel like that's one of my deeper personality traits. I think it'll take a little more work to get through that, but I have gotten a little more, I have gotten a little better at being, I suppose, vulnerable, in a good way, of course. More open, I should say. You've been a VA for almost a year now. Has your mindset or feelings towards VA changed compared to when you first started? That's a good question. I hate to put it in this way, but I would say the only way I could put it is kind of the honeymoon phase of it is kind of over, and I only mean that to say it's I've been doing this for a minute now, relatively speaking, so it's not some brand new and exciting thing to me, but with that having happened, I still find myself really enjoying it just as much as I did when I started, or maybe even more so now that I've kind of cut my teeth, so to speak, and kind of found my way through it. I've definitely experienced kind of the highs and lows of it by this point, with between having a bit of a taste of real success in the field, and also kind of the downside of it where if I find myself short on audios, I don't have anything ready, and I kind of got to crunch to get something out, which that's part of the business, but or I'm lucky enough to have had barely any of these, but having some not so wholesome interactions with certain people. So yeah, the I don't want to say the harsh reality, but the true pros and cons of doing this I have seen, which the pros far outweigh the cons, but I would say my feelings toward it haven't changed. I still enjoy it, but I'm a little more weathered in a way. I'm not like a greenhorn, as they say. But no, I'm still very happy with it. It's taught me a lot about, I've been on the internet my whole life, but I've only ever really lurked. I've never been much of a poster, commenter, anything. So I've really gained sort of a sense of just how to be in public online spaces, if that makes sense. I'm sure you guys will know what I mean. And, just learning to be extra conscious of internet safety, stuff like that. It's been a very excellent teacher, I'll say that. Totally random question, but when you're recording sound effects in summer, like if you need to kiss your own arm for a sound, does it ever taste a bit salty from sweat? I haven't had that happen thus far. I'm lucky enough to have AC, and I always take a shower before I record, Feel good, moan good, isn't that what they say? But no sweat tasting as of yet. Can you talk about your setup? How scuffed or put together is it? What kind of recording equipment do you use? Headphones, mics, etc. I'll kind of go through my whole saga of my setup. When I first started, I was doing it right off my phone in iPhone voice memos, editing right in there. And then before long, I got myself a snowball. Most of you will know what I mean. The little ball mics, which that was a massive improvement. Quick aside here, I would highly recommend those mics. For the price you pay for them and the quality you get, it's astounding. Would recommend. Then I had that for a while, and then I got a good deal on a Yeti Nano, which was a little bit of an audio improvement. Like you say, it's a much more expensive mic than the Snowball. But I was able to get myself a mic arm and a windsock for that, which the mic arm is a big help. And then the windsock, of course, cutting down on the, blowing out the mic with breathing noises and whatnot. And after that, I got myself my current mic, which I'll go through my whole current setup. Also, my headphones, up until this point, I was just using my old gaming headset for editing, which I had SteelSeries Arctis 5s, Arctis 7s, one of those two. But I've gotten a little bougie with it in recent weeks. My current setup, my mic is a Rode NT1. I got a Rode PSA or PSA1 something mic arm. I have a Focusrite Scarlett 2i2 mixer. I have a Stream Deck as well, but that's more for streaming purposes. I wouldn't call it audio production. And then my headphones are Biodynamic DT990 Pros, I think. Let me look at them here. Yes, DT990 Pro, which I think this is my end game setup, at least for the next little while. But yeah, that's what I'm working with currently. And also my audio software, I use Audacity. It's free. It's just what I've come to get good with, so to speak. But yeah, that's my current setup. What's an audio idea that you have that you want to try, but you're worried people won't really like it? The first thing that comes to my mind was when I did my first M-Sub. I was very, very nervous, because up until that point, I had only done, kind of vanilla, not really a DOM or sub dynamic at all, or I had done a lot of MDOM, which I was a little nervous to kind of break that persona. But it was received really well, and I get requested to bring it back frequently, so I'll be bringing that back. I've also tossed around the idea of doing maybe some, pet play type thing, which I know there's a market for it. I know people will like it, but that's a very out of the way, I'll say, from what I've been doing. But what's been your favorite audio you've done this past year or ever? Ooh, I'll have to look back at my my library here. I just went back and looked at my own profile, and I only then realized I haven't been doing this for a year even, so I would say in this past year, one that always comes to my mind is, Appetite for Seduction. my waiter one. I was really proud of that one. Um, it wasn't a smash hit exactly in terms of numbers, but I really liked my improv JOI I just did, the guided masturbation one. Um, or any of my, I'd say any of my longer ones with a lot of like sound effects in the background, whether they're spicy or not. I try to take a lot of pride in my editing. So when I can, in any one where I can really set the scene with the proper, mixing, sound effects, that type of thing, I'm always very proud of those. But those are the first two that come to my mind. Could you make more comfort audios, please? And more DDLG content will be exciting. Yes. I'll always continue to do more comfort audios. I know, or I suppose, I kind of have a voice for that kind of field. And DDLG, yes, it's been a while since I've done it, but I did a lot of it in my early days. I would like to make a return to that sooner than later. Would you rather wear only one color forever or random colors daily, even if they clash? Is this meaning like I have to wear one solid color on every part of my body? Like I can't wear like white tee and blue jeans. I have to wear like red shirt, red pants. Because if that's the case, I would rather do random colors. But if I could mix it up and just wear the same thing like a cartoon character, I'd probably say one color. What do you do when you're feeling down or in a bad mood? Do you have a go-to routine to recharge your energy? When I'm feeling down, I don't know. Usually, I find myself just trying to push through it. But if I really do have to stop and kind of, take some self-care, R&R type time, I always try to, sounds weird, but I clean my house. Because I'm a person who, if my space is cluttered, my mind is cluttered, and it just kind of weighs on me. I do that, get a good shower in, and, lay down, hang out with my dog or whatever, watch, comfort movie, YouTube channel, play a game or something, and get a good sleep in me. And, if there's a particular issue I have, I meditate on that a little bit, what I should do, what I shouldn't do, but I try to not overdo it there either. Don't dwell on it too much, but don't ignore it either. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's kind of it. Do you have any weird OCD habits? For example, setting alarms only on exact hours. Example, 7 o'clock, not 7:02. I do. Jesus, I do that. I only set timers on like even times. I used to be much more, OCD, I would say. Like, make sure the oven's off 10 times before you leave the house, that type of thing. But I've kind of lost that aspect of myself. I'm kind of, I don't want to say careless. Carefree, I should say. So far, how has becoming a VA changed your life? It's been very impactful. It's given me sort of a creative outlet. It's taught me a lot, tech-wise, audio production-wise. Of course, I've made a lot of friends, made a really nice community for myself, or for ourselves, I should say. I hate to make it about money, but I've been lucky enough to sort of make a little bit, I should say, enough to kind of help pay down my audio equipment costs and, pocket change beyond that. And it's helped me, to become a better person overall, I would say. I talk to a lot of different people every day, and, you have to contend with a lot of different personalities, I should say. So it's helped me become a lot more aware of how I am. I'm not very, or I wasn't a very introspective person before this. But now that I have, such a level of communication with so many people, it's kind of forced me to look inwards. Why am I the way that I am? Why do I say the things that I say? How do I say them? How might I come off to certain people? And it's helped me kind of be able to sort of be more emotionally intelligent all around, I should say. Um, and like I said before, as well as just more confident in myself in general. Even in my day-to-day life, I carry myself a little higher, if that makes sense. Congrats on 15K, thank you. Will you continue making Gone Wild audios after you get married someday? Well, I think marriage is a little ways down the road for me personally. As for if I would continue making them if I got into a relationship, well, I would at very least let my partner know. Because even if I did decide to stop, I feel like that's something a person should know about. Not that I'm doing anything, super, super devious, but if I had a partner and they had done this, I would appreciate at knowing. I'm not sure why, but it just feels right, you know what I mean? Will I continue? I don't know. That's yet to be determined. But I don't think I'm going to be stopping this anytime soon. So we won't need to worry about that for a while. Do I do magic? No, unfortunately. But I would like to learn. I feel like one good card trick can really make a splash in a public setting, or at a party or something. But no magic tricks for me thus far. How insane is it to know so many people are orgasming to your voice at any given time? What does that feel like, especially right after an audio drop and chatting with those just listened? Especially initially, it was very weird to me. Not weird, I should say, because I do appreciate that people are able to enjoy them in that way. But it's very surreal, I should say. What does it feel like? I don't know. Feels like a job well done. And I am pleased that I'm able to help people in that way. When you are reading this question, can we get a kiss from you? Mwah. There you go. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Next up, how do you manage to stay so energetic every day? You have a full-time job, plus you stream, record content, take care of the farm, and maintain a social life. Just thinking about it exhausts me. Also, how do you avoid procrastinating when you have so much to do? Well, streaming and recording doesn't take as much out of me as you might think. Streaming, essentially I'm playing video games and talking to my friends, in a way. I don't know. I suppose when I'm able to get, some R&R time for myself, I'm sure I make sure to take it. There's a saying, I think it's more of a military saying, but don't run when you can stand, don't stand when you can sit, don't sit when you can lay down, and don't lay down when you can sleep. Some of you may have heard that, but in short, when I'm able to rest, I make sure to take it. Work hard, play hard. Next up, what is my Myers-Briggs? I took the test on stream a couple months back, and I also took it in high school, and I came up with the same result both times. I think it was INTJ, I believe I came up with. So, that would be my Myers-Briggs. I know you're good. Oh, sorry. Next up. I know you're good at MDOM type audios. I wonder if MDOM is really your thing when it comes to sex in real life, or to put it another way, what is your kinks, if you know what I'm saying. I do like the MDOM thing. Like I said, thus far I've been very vanilla in my real life, but doing audios, if I'm being honest, has been kind of a awakening. I didn't know that I could kind of play that role as well as I seem to be able to. But yeah, I do like MDOM. It's been kind of like I said, an awakening. What was your original bio? I'm not sure if this is asking about my Reddit bio. I don't think I've changed it. I've changed it. Now it says Saddle Up Cowgirls. I added that very recently. But when I first started, it was very, very plain, 18 plus. I think I say that my DMs are open in it. But it's changed very little. What's your most embarrassing yet unforgettable childhood memory? One always comes to my mind. I don't know if it's as much of a thing internationally, but in elementary school, or in my area, I guess, and I should say, kind of Canada, US at large, you do track and field during school, like elementary school, every year. And one day I should say, we were practicing high jump indoors. They lay out the big mat and they get the bar. And there was 2 lines of kids on either side of the gym. And, one at a time, of course, alternating between lines. A kid would run, jump, and get off. Next kid would run, jump over the bar. And I wasn't a mega athletic kid, but I was actually okay at high jump. A little too good this time, because if you could picture kind of a rectangular, sort of a mattress type map with like a bar that you jump over backwards and land on it, for those of you who don't know what high jump is. And when you're jumping, you kind of aim for like the midpoint of the bar to ensure that you land on the mat. Well, this time I took a bit of a steep angle at said bar, jumped and cleared the corner of the mat, and threw myself directly onto the gym floor, I did a reverse scorpion right onto the wood in front of my entire class, and everybody is watching. Like, there's 2 lines that your entire class consists of, and there's nothing else to do but watch the next kid going. And the teacher kind of pulled me aside, sat me down, and picked another student just to sit with me and kind of make sure I was alright. And this particular student who she picked was the girl I had a crush on at the time, who I had just head planted in front of and failed miserably. But that's my story. That's the one that always comes to my mind. If you could have one superpower, what would it be? I always go to telekinesis, because then you wouldn't need super strength, because you can lift anything. You don't need to fly, because you could just lift yourself, theoretically. So you get kind of a nice 2-in-1 there. You don't have to get up to grab the remote or grab yourself a drink. You can just kind of, move it. Next up, why do you call yourself Cowboy? There's not a grandiose story behind the name. It's just kind of a screen name that's kind of followed me throughout my internet, I don't want to say career, my time on the internet, I should say. And it just seemed kind of fitting to use it here. It's nice, concise. Yeah, I hate to be boring about it, but that's really it. Next up, if you had to describe your voice as an instrument, like piano, cello, or sax, what would it be? Ooh, this is a good one. You guys could probably be a better judge of this than me. I would say, what does a cello sound like? I'm going through like the Rolodex of instruments in my head. Yeah, maybe I would say a cello. I'm not a musician by any stretch, but I think that's kind of apt, Kind of deeper, not a lot of range, but smooth. Relatively smooth. I really enjoy your soft and comforting voice, but I'm curious, what's the angriest sound you can make, and what's your most evil laugh? Grr. What's my most evil laugh? Oh god, am I gonna have to do the villain laugh? I don't really have like a super villain laugh. Oof, I should have practiced this one off mic. My evil laugh. Jesus. That's my nefarious plotting villain. Do you have any perforations? If so, how many and where are they? I'm assuming this is meaning scars. I have one on my forehead from when I slipped and hit my head off of a teeter-totter in the 3rd grade. I have one on my stomach. It's a surgery scar from when I was a baby. And then I have one, it's very faint, but I have one on the tip of my nose. I was raveling up an extension cord too fast, and the plug whipped me in the nose. And then I have a couple tiny ones just on my hands and fingers, just from general life stuff, work. Nothing too grandiose. What's your go-to comfort food? My go-to is usually pizza, just because it's, quick and easy to order. You don't have to cook. It's nice, tasty. Cheese, big plus. Or maybe sushi. I love sushi. Or like a nice cheeseburger. What's your favorite compliment? I wouldn't say it's a compliment, but my favorite thing, I'm assuming, again, this is meaning in more like the audio sphere. I do receive a lot of compliments. I appreciate them all equally, but I really like to hear when I'm, genuinely able to help somebody with like an issue they've been having. I've had people tell me that they, suffer from insomnia, and, my audios are or have been the only thing that have helped them sleep in X amount of time. Or women who have certain, medical issues that kind of restricts their, I'm stuttering here. I'm getting flustered. Their ability to, pleasure themselves. I don't know why I'm being so shy about it. You guys have heard me say all manner of stuff, but and my audios have kind of helped them relax enough where they're able to, get the job done. I really like hearing that type of stuff. It's unbelievable to me still, but that would have to be my favorite. Best advice you have ever received? That's it. I would have to think long and hard about this one. I talked about this a little bit on the last Q&A. I don't know if there's... I don't recall, like, points in my life where somebody's really, like, sat me down and said, hey, here's some advice for you. I'm more just kind of... how should I say, like... just kind of absent-mindedly collected, little tidbits from everybody, but... something that's always stuck with me, I think my mom told me, actually. She's said, don't be so concerned with what other people think of you, because, others aren't as, concerned with you as you think they are. Meaning, just like, people in public, your peers, you're always worrying, what do they think of me? Am I doing the right thing? You gotta think, how do you view other people? Are you constantly, you know, judging people for what every little thing they do? Probably not. And, that's how most people will look at you. So, you know, um, yeah, that's a little something anyway. What is my favorite and least favorite farm job? I wouldn't say I have a favorite, because it's all, there's some satisfaction to it, but it is work at the end of the day. I don't know, I wouldn't call it farm work, but there's something about mowing the lawn I really like. I have a little, like, ride around mower, and there's nothing like it, grab a drink, throw your AirPods in, sunglasses on, and just cruise around. I do like that. My least favorite, probably hauling hay, like square bales, because you have to go get them out. We don't have a picker, so you have to, by hand, drive around the field, throw them on the trailer, stack them, unload them, and restack them, and they can be heavy, and it's just hot and dusty, and oof, you gotta do it, but that would be my least favorite, far and away. Just wondering, do people around you, like your friends or even family, know that you make audios? Or has anyone ever recognized you just by randomly hearing one of your audios? No, nobody in my personal life knows at all, that I know of, I hope. And has anyone ever recognized me in public? No, that hasn't happened as of yet. That's a question I've gotten a couple times, but I thought I would update you all. That has not happened as of yet. If you could watch a movie again with fresh eyes, which would you choose? Ooh. Oof, that's a tough one. If I could pick two, the two Blade Runner movies are two of my all-time favorites. But, not just for that reason, but I also watch them out of order. It's one of those movies where, you really do have to watch the first one to fully grasp the second, and I watched the second one first, so there was amazing movie, but there was a lot of stuff that was kind of lost on me, and then I didn't realize that till I went back for the first one, and it's, no spoilers, but stuff happens in the second one that's supposed to, like, hit really hard if you have seen the first one, which I really didn't understand. So, if I could pick two movies in one, that would be it. Next up, why is your voice so sleepy? Have you considered doing ASMR in the future? Why is my voice so sleepy? I don't know. This is just kind of I was born this way, I suppose. Have I considered doing ASMR in the future? Like, full, like, mouth sounds type ASMR? Because I do, like, safe for work roleplay audios, which could be considered ASMR, but would I do, like, proper, like, mic scratching, like, mouth noises type stuff? Maybe, if people would want something like that, but I don't have any plans for myself as of right now. Dear Cowboy, what would be your favorite fantasy scenario? What kind of relationship do the two characters have? How does the story unfold? And what kind of actions or events are included? If possible, could you maybe record an audio episode about it? Oof. That's a really loaded question. I haven't really... Like, I've improv some audios, but I haven't done any, like, proper, like, scripted world building fantasy type thing. I don't know. I've always done sort of like vanilla, very believable scenarios so far, but I would like to kind of flex my creative muscles and delve more into like the fantasy aspect. But I haven't thought of anything specific as of yet. Maybe I've always thought about maybe doing like like a medieval type thing with like a touch of fantasy. Maybe like, I don't know, maybe like a knight and a fair maiden, that type of thing. How does the story unfold? Oof, I don't know. You have to wait and see. See what I come up with. Are you single? Yes, I am single as of right now. What were your hobbies when you were a kid, and are they still your hobbies as an adult? Largely, yeah. Like I say, I don't have any super extravagant hobbies. One thing I did as a kid that I don't do anymore, I used to do, archery. I did it for a couple years in, like, my early teens, preteen type era, and I really enjoyed it, and I got to be, pretty okay at it, actually, but I haven't shot now in close to a decade. I should probably pick it up. But for the most part, yeah, I've kind of kept most of my hobbies. Ever have a moment while editing where a line made you pause and go, dang, that was kind of hot? Which line is it? Every script has something like that for me, and that's what some of you might have noticed as of recently. I've started putting like a little tagline in the post body, and I'll flip through the script and look for a line where it's like, ooh, that's a nice it's a nice, what would you say, good advertisement, I'll say that. Just curious, do you listen to anything before bed? Yes, I do. I listen to something almost every night, unless I'm too exhausted and I just end up passing out. But I'll listen to like a podcast, or I kind of go in and out of it. It's kind of nerdy, but I'm into like Warhammer 40k. So I'll listen to like, there's lots of like lore audios on YouTube. So I'll listen to those, or oftentimes I do listen to like female VAs, like safe for work type stuff, similar to what I put out. But yes, I do. Are you going to record more long audio in the future, similar to the accompanying audio with the breathing sound or something? I think I could do that, just like a long form, simple, breathing heartbeat type thing. Or like a study guide, something like that. I was gonna do a study guide, but then the school year ended, so that's out the window until, I guess it's almost September already, but I think I could do something like that. What's the most comfortable position for you to sleep in, and what did you dream about last night? How I usually sleep, I have a very specific pose. I sleep on my right side, pillow under my head, obviously, and then I put one between my legs, and then I put one between my arms. That's the method. What did I dream about last night? I don't know. I don't always remember my dreams, and even if I do, I lose them very quickly. So what did I dream about last night? Unfortunately, I can't recall. What's the audio of yours that you've heard the most times, and how many times? It's something I should be doing more of, but I don't listen back to my completed audios more than once, really, just to double check that everything's okay sound-wise. But the ones that require more editing are the ones that I'm more likely to replay over and over and over, so anything super sound effects heavy. I remember one of my older ones, what was it called? It was like a D&D type thing. I'm like some type of fey god or something, and I'm in the listener's mind. So there's a lot of sound effects. There was the echo. There was like an ear-to-ear thing. That took me a long time to edit, so I listened to that repeatedly. That's the first one that comes to mind anyway. May we know how tall are you? I am 5'10". So I hate to disappoint the size queens out there, but that's what I am. What are your favorite and least favorite things about making ASMR, or what is your favorite and least favorite thing? Uh, well, my favorite thing, I guess, would have to be, um, like kind of what I discussed earlier, just, being able to help people in, a genuine, real way, help them get to sleep or, do the other things you gotta do. Just knowing that I do get a lot of enjoyment out of it. I also really like just the creative aspect, being able to create something kind of all on my own, or maybe partly all on my own in the case of using a script, of course, but just having it as kind of a creative outlet. I wouldn't say I have a least favorite thing. Sometimes editing can be a drag when you're trying to, perfectly balance all the different volume levels of the sound effects and editing out my own voice and stuff like that. But I wouldn't say that's my least favorite thing, because it's part of the process, and you gotta love the process. What type of comments do I like the most? Uh, any comments really, positive preferably, but yeah, just people letting me know how my work was able to help them. Again, that's probably my favorite thing. I was wondering, do you record your real breathing in Safer Work audios? How did you do it? Can you make more long audios with your breathing? Yes, I can. But yes, that is my real breathing. How do I do it? I mean, there's not much to it. I just sit in front of my mic and I just kind of breathe slowly in and out. You guys have all heard it. And I just kind of sit there and do it. It's kind of meditative, even for myself, to be honest. Have you had any nightmares recently? If so, what were they like? Thankfully, I haven't had any recently. I kind of go in and out of having nightmares. I'll have a week or two phase where I get them, if not frequently, nightly. They're not too bad usually. I'm trying to think of an example I could give you guys, but they're escaping me. But no, thankfully no nightmares recently. What kind of audio themes are you wanting to try but haven't yet? Yeah, like I said before, I'd like to get into more of the fantastical aspect, a little more M sub, maybe more ramble faps. Those usually are received pretty well. Do you have a favorite audio you've ever made? I think the ones that will be my favorites are ones that are yet to come out. I've recorded a few recently, which at the time of recording this, of course, aren't out yet, but I think those will come to be my favorites. But if I had to pick one currently, as I said before, I always go back to the waiter one. I was very proud of that. Boyfriend experience. The most recent Ramble Fap, I was really proud of that one. Hard to pick an absolute favorite. It's like picking your favorite child. Can you do more BFE content with lots of kisses? But yes, boyfriend experience content, I think it is kind of come to be one of my staples, so you can count on more of that. Do you think your kiss is sweet? I mean, does it taste sweet or does it sound sweet? I don't know. I can't be the judge of that. That's up to you guys. Not the taste thing, the sound. Anyway. How do I get a job on your farm? We are currently not hiring, but I'll keep you guys posted. When you started out as a VA, did you set any goals for yourself? No. I came into this not having any real expectations. I just kind of jumped in. So, to be honest, not really. I just kind of wanted to see where it went. Which leads to the next question. It's been a year now. How's it going? Well, you guys know how it's going. Thankfully, very well. Reached most of them yet? Uh, any any goals that I could have set for myself with any level of realism back when I first started, I would have reached them far and away by now. Um, but my current goals, I guess, are just keep on keeping on. Build my brand a little bit, so to speak. Maybe advance into other avenues of VAing, and just kind of play it by ear. What do you think helped your followers grow so fast? I don't know. I guess, consistency in terms of, quality and all that. I always put my the most effort I can into each and every audio. One thing I would do in the early days, back when I had kind of a smaller circle of followers, I guess, when I dropped an audio, I would DM each and every one of them individually. Some of you who have been with me since the beginning might remember, and I would just say, hey, new audio's out, let me know what you think. And, I think in those early days, or even extending into, this phase, having, and I don't mean to make it all about numbers, but being able to consistently, have a select group of people who will, get your posts a little more exposure, really, really helps. And it really, really helped me. I know that. What do you think are the top 3 charms of your voice? Quick, no thinking, just say it. Okay. I don't know. I do have kind of like a sleepier voice, I guess. I talk smoothly, I suppose. And I think I'm very good with pacing. I don't talk too quickly. I think maybe I talk a little slow, but not too slow. You know what I mean? What's the very first thing on your mind when you wake up? I'm tired. I don't want to get up. Or, usually I'll start thinking about, what I have to do today. This and that, the usual stuff. My dog sleeps with me, so I'm always like, where is she? I gotta go let her out. Are you allergic to anything? No. Not that I know of, at least. Haven't encountered anything yet. I really like those. They call them black roses, but they're not truly black. They're like a dark, dark purple. I've always really liked those. Or like hanging plants, like an ivy. I really like those. I had a Venus flytrap for a while, which was a really cool plant to have. It would really like eat flies and do the whole thing. That was very cool. You found a talking rock on the side of the road. What's the very first thing it would say to you? I suppose that would be up to the rock. And maybe it would say something like, help me, I've been laying here for 100 years. I'm a rock. Something to that effect. What's your daily routine roughly like on weekdays and non-weekdays? Weekdays, I'm up relatively early for work, just after 5 a.m. I commute. That takes, 45 minutes-ish, give or take. Work. Come home. I get home around 5 p.m. have dinner, do whatever chores I need to do. And usually week evenings, I'm a little beat from work. I'll talk with friends, kick around, have a shower, of course. And non-weekdays, usually my weekends are pretty, they vary a lot, depending on what I got going on, of course. But uh, during the day, I kind of do whatever it is I have to do, chores, look after my dog, the usual stuff. And then weekends, nights, I stream, twitch.tv/cowboyva or on my YouTube channel. I do that from about 9:30 till about midnight ish. And I like to stay up late, which kind of does not coincide with my work schedule, but if I'm feeling up for it, I'll just kind of chill for a little while afterwards and then hit the hay. I'm a bit curious about how you balance your real life and audio creation. Your audios maintain a high quality and have a stable update frequency. Thank you. I don't really have any special technique I use. Just, I only do what I have time for in terms of audios. And, I've kind of found a bit of a sweet spot that works for me where I, allot myself enough time to put out, what I perceive as quality content, and I put it out, consistently. So, how do I balance it? I only do what I have time for without, stressing or burning myself out. If possible, could you please tell me which types of games you like best or which games you want to recommend to others? Actually, it's funny. As I'm recording this, I have a game of RimWorld running in the background. Like a colony builder type game, would recommend. What do I like the best? Typically, I veer more towards like the action adventure, open world type thing, or like base building strategy, like RimWorld is. Once in a while, I get into like a tycoon type game, like a strategy, more like that. Some other slept on ones I could recommend. Okay, I just had to pause and go through my Steam library. I would say something I don't think gets enough attention is Wolfenstein, the 3 new ones. It's one of my all-time favorite. It's a long-time running series, but the 3 newest ones are sort of a trilogy in their own. It's like an FPS, but fantastic story, very fun gameplay, and I don't see it get enough love. So if you're an FPS story lover, I would definitely look into that. Crusader Kings 3 and 2, another couple I really like. But yeah. Are you planning on doing a face reveal anytime soon? In brackets, please say yes. That's a hard maybe for me. I'm not secretly ugly or anything like that. Just it's purely a privacy thing. I am employed by a corporation, and just not having my real identity out there. So for now, don't have any plans to do it now. Maybe someday, way down the road, but no promises. What's my favorite dinosaur? Back in my dinosaur phase, I was always a velociraptor guy. I like how they're like smaller. They run in packs, but they're also kind of like T-Rex coated, you know what I mean? Or maybe a brontosaurus. I was a big Land Before Time kid. Do I have any pets? Yes, I have 1 cat and 1 dog. Dog is American Bulldog English mix. My cat is some kind of tabby. I don't know. What is your favorite color? I usually would say green. It's kind of my general aesthetic. Um, or maybe black or red. I'd say those are my top three. Not a good mix. Green, black, and red. They kind of clash, but. Where do you get your ideas from? Well, with the scripts, obviously, I just, I have them recommended to me, or I just handpick a script I like. But as for the improv, I don't know. They just kind of. The concepts come to me, and then I just kind of build on them in my mind, kind of like. Because I'm a long time audio listener myself, but I usually listen to F4M audio, so I sort of translate kind of what works for me in terms of audios, and I try to kind of remix that into an M4F format, I guess. If you could eat one thing for the rest of your life, what would you eat? I mean, nutrition notwithstanding, maybe not to be big backed, maybe cheeseburger. I love a good burger. Or sushi. Why the name Cowboy? I may have already answered this in this Q&A. I forget at this point, but in short, it's just kind of a screen name that I've used here and there throughout my internet career. And yeah, I thought it would be fitting for this. Who's your favorite fictional cowboy? Ooh. I do enjoy like the Western genre, but I haven't seen like too much from it. I do like the Red Dead series. I don't know if you could call them cowboys, but John and Arthur, the two main characters. Those are the first ones that come to mind. What's your MBTI type? My Myers-Briggs. It is. I took it in high school, and then I took it on stream a couple months back, and both times I came up, I think INTJ, if I remember correctly. Out of all your work so far, which one feels the most like you? I mean, the nerdy tech guy fixes your pussy. I mean, PC. That one really. I mean, I built a couple PCs. I know, ladies, calm down. Bring out your panties now if you haven't already. But that was a fun little role I liked getting into. I mean, I'm not a male prostitute, at least in most senses of the word, but boyfriend experience, I feel like I was really able to get into that character. I hate to always keep going back to that one, but yeah. What are 3 things that you nerd out about? I mean, I mentioned earlier the Warhammer thing. I kind of go in and out of that. I'm not really into it yet, but I feel myself on the precipice of getting back into that phase. I'm a bit of a car guy, not super duper, there are guys with more knowledge than me, but I do like that kind of stuff. A bit of a history buff, that type of stuff. What advice would you give to someone who wants to start making roleplay audios? I would say you don't need much to start. I started right off my phone. You don't. I have all this fancy tech now. I know, but it's not a requirement. Voice memo audio quality is shockingly good these days. Some editing software would do you good. But beyond that, just your creative side, I would say if you're looking into scripts, start simple. Start with characters or scenarios that you feel comfortable with, nothing too off the wall or fantastical. Start slow, kind of cut your teeth, learn the basics, build yourself a little bit of a following if possible, and most importantly, have fun. At the core, this is a hobby. You shouldn't come into this expecting money or fame or adoration. You should come into it wanting first and foremost a creative outlet, um, and the rest will follow. What's a place you've always wanted to visit? I'd like to go to. I mean, this is like the cliche answer, but I'd like to visit Japan someday. It looks really pretty there. Maybe in Northern Europe, kind of see some of the medieval stuff, castles, all that. Do you speak any other languages, or is there one you'd like to learn? I don't speak anything other than English fluently. I know like bits and pieces of French and Spanish. That's really it. I feel like as a Canadian, I should know French, and I feel like that's the one I could kind of finish out the easiest. So maybe I would say that, French. Do you have a dream car or a favorite? Mine is a LC 500. Excellent pick. I would go with maybe a late 60s Porsche 911, or if not a brand new one, maybe like a 80s, 90s Toyota Supra. Those are always my first two that I go to. Do you have another job outside of YouTube and stuff? If so, could you maybe tell us what you do? Yes, I do have a full-time job. Mostly consists of running heavy equipment, like excavator, dozer, stuff like that. What is your go-to karaoke song? I've done karaoke once in my life. It was in elementary school. Me and another guy did a duet of Old Time Rock and Roll by Bob Seger. And I think we did fairly well. If I had to get up and sing something today, maybe some by Frank Sinatra. I feel like I could do him. Pause. I feel like I could perform something by him pretty well. I feel like we have a sort of similar tone, range. Maybe wishful thinking, but if you were a character from a TV show, who do you think you would be? I haven't watched a lot of TV shows. Maybe Huel from Breaking Bad. I've always closely identified with him. Favorite bands or artists? I don't really glom onto one or a few bands or artists. I more listen to like whatever songs I like from a wide variety. Artists. And I listen to a pretty wide variety as well. Like for country, Merle Haggard, Marty Robbins, Johnny Cash, of course. Those types, Buck Owens. I listen to a little bit of rap, like older, like Wu-Tang Clan, MF Doom, Chief Keef, stuff like that. I like Post Malone, he's good. More like along the rock lines, CCR, the Kinks, like them. Just to name a couple, at least. I'm racking my brain. But Big Spoon or Little Spoon? I'd have to go Big Spoon on that one. Once in a while, I'll hit a Little Spoon. I mean, I haven't had a good cuddle sesh in a minute, but I like to mix it up. But generally, Big Spoon. Do you have a partner? If not, would you tell them about your channel? Again, no, I am single. If I've had a girlfriend, I would have to tell her. If I was dating somebody, I wouldn't want them. I don't want to say I wouldn't want them making audios, but I certainly wouldn't want them doing it secretly. Do you know what I mean? What is your favorite kind of audio to record? Boyfriend RPs, audiobooks, spicy Reddit stuff, Twitch streams, or something else? I don't know if I favor one more than the other. I love them all. I love streaming. I always have a blast. Audiobooks. I'll say audiobooks are, quick and easy. Everything's kind of laid out for you. But spicy stuff, that's fun, for its own reasons. Boyfriend RPs, it's fun to kind of have more of a comforting side. I don't know if I could pick a favorite. You mentioned before that your Patreon was coming soon. Any updates? No updates really. I am working hard towards it, but I want to have enough of a backlog built up where I could keep posting free audios on a semi-regular basis, but also not keep customers waiting. So, in short, no news as of yet, but I am working towards it. Do you ever hum or sing in the shower? Sometimes, if I'm home alone especially. I don't want other people hearing me sing, but once in a while I'll let it rip. How did you find out about boyfriend ASMR videos before you started your own channel? I mean, I've always known like roleplay ASMR was a thing, so by proxy I kind of knew about the boyfriend ASMR. I don't know exactly where I found it for the first time, but I've always just kind of known. I've never really been a listener of it, but I'm aware it exists. Did you ever have doubts about what you wanted to do, but then did it anyways? If so, how well or bad did that turn out? This might be in the sense of your YouTube channel or anything else. I used to be a lot worse about this. I would always second guess myself before I started something, and there is a time and place to be, extra cautious if you're making like a major life decision. Definitely mull it over. But if it's something relatively minor, you gotta think to yourself, what's the worst that could happen? And, going back to the advice thing, it's just kind of coming to me, the, trying to think of how I could put this eloquently, but, here's one. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Michael Scott, Wayne Gretzky. You gotta think, am I gonna regret not doing this more than it would hurt if I failed? And if that's the case, give it a try, whatever that might be. Can we have more horror game streams? Yes, they'll be coming at some point. Actually, at the time of recording this, for my 50 Twitch sub celebration, I was going to stream Poppy Playtime. So yes, very shortly. And then Halloween time, we'll do some more. But yes. A movie or book that's considered popular, but you just couldn't get into. That's a tough one, let me think. I mean, I'm very easy to please in terms of media, even if I see something that's like not that good, or I read something that's, kind of neither here nor there, I always try to parse the good from it. And there's a lot of popular like movies and books that I just have not seen. So I hate to be boring, but I don't think I have anything for this. Yeah. I've never gotten into the whole Marvel thing. The only one out of the whole series I've seen is I seen Civil War, Captain America Civil War, when it came out in theaters, and I thought it was okay. I'm not a massive superhero guy, but I liked it. But that's the closest thing I could tell you for that. Would you ever consider writing scripts for other VAs? That's something I've been thinking more and more about as of lately. I don't know if I would write M4F scripts or M4A scripts, because if I'm writing a script to be voiced by a man, it's likely going to be because I want to do it exclusively for me, not to be selfish, but that's just kind of my thoughts with that. I have kind of dabbled with the idea of writing F4M scripts, especially lately, now that I have a bit more of a presence. There's a real chance that they would actually get filled, But I don't know. I know this is a very weird way to think about it, but it feels pervy to me in some way. Like you guys kind of know me semi on a personal level, and now I get to write like everything I'd want to hear a woman say. I realize that's completely facetious, but yeah, scripts, maybe. What's a song you have on repeat at the moment? What is it? Heaven Knows I'm Miserable Now by the Smiths. I promise I'm not like going through it or anything like that. It's a really good song. It's catchy, easy to listen to. Yeah. Do you wear cologne? If so, which one? I don't wear it every day, but you know, when I go out or whatever, I do like to wear cologne. I was wearing Versace Eros for a while, but I kind of grew out of that, and I just bought a bottle of YSL, or Yves Saint Laurent, if you want to hear the full. Myself. It smells really, really good. It's like a classic cologne smell, but without that like high chemically smell they can have sometimes. It's like what you want cologne to smell like, or like what. It's like a good, like standard scent. If that makes sense. I'm not like I don't know what notes there are or anything like that. It just I like the way it smells. It's very muted but noticeable. You know. What would you like to be called in a relationship, like honey or baby, etc., or which one can turn you on? Ooh. I'm not super picky about pet names. I think I'll take what I can get at this point. Honey is very nice. That's one I like to use on other people. I will say that. A baby? That feels more like something a man should call a woman. For some reason, I don't know. I don't know my reasoning behind that, but uh, what makes you nostalgic? Um, I mean, in this day and age, oftentimes it's, you know, media. If I go back and watch an old movie or TV show or play an old game, sometimes, you know, that can really bring me back. Or, you know, go into like a restaurant you used to go to or a museum you've been to in the past, you know, things like that that really like visually link you to your past. What small thing can make or break your day? What small thing can make my day? Having a clean, coming home to a clean room. Like if I've cleaned my place, you know, the day before, and I come home from work and everything's like set in perfect order and clean, it's like, ugh, so nice. What can break my day? I don't know. I try not to let small things bother me, you know? Maybe if you bump into like a, not bump into physically, but if you come across like a rude person, whether they're being mean to you or somebody else, it just kind of, you know, sets you down that kind of cynical path, and it's no good, and that just bleeds into the rest of your day. I don't like that. What's a current guilty pleasure that you like to indulge in? Oh boy. Current guilty pleasure. I think this is the third time I've come back to it in this Q&A, but probably Warhammer. I'm not into like the tabletop aspect of it, but like the lore and the games and all that. It's just I feel like such a fucking nerd when I'm listening to it, but it's so goddamn cool. I swear to God, I love it so much. Look into it if you don't know what it is. Most of you have probably at least heard of it, but lately. What is your favorite trope when it comes to making audios? I really like teasing M Dom with like an already established or like a semi-established relationship. But there's a lot of tropes that I haven't done that I do really enjoy personally, like friends to lovers, enemies to lovers, strangers to lovers. I feel like I haven't gotten into stuff like that lately, or yet at all. But yeah. As a voice actor, do you ever get occupational habits? Like after recording for hours, do you ever accidentally start saying certain lines or phrases out of muscle memory, or maybe your mouth just says something before your brain catches up? I hate to be boring about this one, but that hasn't happened as of yet. I feel like I can really switch it off and on, like my VA aspect or my VA. I don't want to say persona, but like get into spicy mode off and on super quick, and I can separate myself from that pretty well. Can we maybe hear you sing one day, please? Maybe. Perhaps. I'll see what I can do. If one of your audio episodes could turn into a physical object and live on my nightstand, which one would it be and why? One certain object comes to mind. If you know, you know. The object that you all think it would be, that's what it is. I think we might all be thinking the same thing. What's your constellation? I'm assuming you mean zodiac. I'm a Leo. What are the things you must do on your birthday? Birthdays lately as an adult haven't been super extravagant. Usually I have a good meal, whatever I want, and maybe some kind of cake. And then just spend time with family. Is it fun to edit videos? Also, do you tend to like recording fluff or spicier stuff more? Editing, I always think of editing as like going to the gym. Like when you have an audio to edit, you're like, I kind of don't want to do it. I wish I was just done. But then when you break down and start, then you're like, okay, this is kind of fun. And then you enjoy it more and more. And then by the time you're done and you have like a nice finished product, you're like, man, I'm glad I did that. That turned out nicely. So is it fun to edit audios? Ultimately, yes. Do I like recording fluff or spicier stuff more? I don't know if I prefer one over the other. I like them both equally, if I'm being honest. Okay. Also, most of you left, well wishes and thank yous and congratulations in your questions. I'm not gonna read those aloud, but I did read all of them, and thank you all so much for all the kind words, really. I should have addressed that earlier, but it just kind of came to me. Why did you name your Discord community Desert Darlings? Do you still remember the other name suggested by ChatGPT, and what made you pick this one? Yes, for those who don't know, my Discord, our Discord, Desert Darlings, AI generated the name, because I was like, okay, my name's Cowboy, I'm a voice actor, I need a Discord community consisting mainly of women, I need a couple names. The other ones escape me. I'll have to go back and see if I can find them someday, but, there was a list of, 3 or 4, and this one really stuck out to me. It just seemed, very sweet. Desert Darlings, the alliteration, I like that. And yeah. In your YouTube video, boyfriend comforts you after your first time together. Were those soft sleep breathing sounds in the second half recorded when you were actually asleep? Do you use authentic sounds and other sleep aid audios too? I wasn't actually asleep, as I mentioned before. I was just kind of breathing slowly into the mic. But yeah, all like authentic sounds, like, in spicier audios, the sex sounds, breathing, kind of like the cloth rubbing sound, that's all me. Those are all homemade. Some stuff like walking, doors opening, shutting, I do source those third party, but I make as much as I can in-house. I think that's the better way to do it. Have you ever considered starting a podcast? If so, what kind of topics would you explore? I don't know if I'd have time to tack on a whole podcast. I've thought about doing like shorter podcast series on like things I'm currently hyperfixating on, but I just have not gotten around to it yet. But maybe someday, yes. In China, everyone is born under one of 12 special animal signs, which cycle on a yearly basis. I did know that, actually. During each Benmingyan, your birth sign year, wearing red underwear is believed to bring good luck. I did not know that. Do you know what your Chinese zodiac sign is? Do you like it? I do know what it is. I was born in 2000. So if I am remembering correctly, that is the dragon. And do I like it? I mean, can't complain. The dragon? Come on. Being you're the monkey would be pretty sick also, but I do like my current Chinese zodiac. Is there a specific childhood memory that has influenced you to become who you are today? Not really. I don't think I could trace my current personality back to one, turning point. I think my who I am today, I've been formed, bit by bit over the years. Nothing really sticks out to me in that way. What did you want to be as a kid, and do you still have any current future goals you are chasing now? What did I want to be as a kid? I never had like one dead set thing. I was changing my career aspirations like on a weekly basis. I thought maybe I would end up going into tech somehow, like being a programmer or something like that. Do I have any current future goals I'm chasing now? I mean, I think voice acting is probably my most promising avenue as of right now. And it's something I've really come to enjoy. So my current goal is to keep going with this and see how far it takes me. When was the last time you shed a tear and why? Actually, funny you should ask. At the time of recording this, last night was my cake day celebration. So we held a little thing in my Discord, and everybody surprised me with a little compilation video of a bunch of different things they had done for me. Art projects, voice messages, well wishes, music, and all that kind of stuff. And it was happy tears, but I did shed a few. But in a sad way, luckily I don't remember. Exactly, it'd be years and years ago, but, yeah. How do you like to be comforted when you're feeling down? When I am feeling sad, I kind of just like to be left alone, just to sort of process things on my own. Nothing like a good old there pat on the back from somebody else, but largely I like to kind of process things on my own terms. If you could move to another place to live, where would you go and why? I don't know. I've never traveled internationally a whole lot, so it'd be tough for me to make that kind of a call. I do like Canada, this is home. If I was to move to another place, that's a loaded question. Maybe like, I don't know, I've always thought like Switzerland, Northern Europe, somewhere where English is commonplace, so I don't get that language barrier. Somewhere pretty, not that other places aren't, but you guys know what I mean. What's your go-to daily shower or personal care routine, as detailed as you're comfortable with? Okay, well, when I really get myself cleaned up, this is my full gamut. I brush my teeth, floss, of course. I get in the shower, shampoo, condition, body wash, bit of soap. If I gotta shave, I'll do that. Get out, deodorant, of course. lately I've been using this stuff. It's not what it sounds like, but it's beef tallow moisturizer. It's not like just straight up cow fat. There's like lavender oil and other stuff mixed in. I use some of that. Clean up my ears, Q-tips. I know, you're not supposed to, but I do it anyway. Trim my toenails, fingernails. I'm looking over at my dresser right now. If I'm doing my hair, I'll do like sea salt spray and this kind of mousse type stuff. Get that messy look, and then yeah, that's kind of my full gamut. Any musical talents? If you could learn any instrument, what would it be? No musical talents as of right now. If I had to learn anything, probably guitar. I feel like that's, it travels well, and if that makes sense, you can kind of, it's playable anywhere. Not a lot of maintenance on the instruments. But yeah, guitar. On a scale of graceful swan to adorable awkward penguin, how would you rate your dancing skills? It would be the latter. I am not a dancer. Any unforgettable party you've ever attended? I haven't partied a whole bunch. I did a little bit in high school, which those are always fun, but nothing super of note. Oh, here we go. Do you have any hot takes about GWA? Are there any popular trends that you're not a fan of? I hate to yuck someone else's yum, but the amount of incest stuff, like real deal, like not step, like the real, like hardcore stuff, the amount of it that's out there and the amount of attention it receives is a little disconcerting to me. Not sure about that, but that would have to be my answer for that one. Do you feel like you have to put on a persona with us outside of audios, just in general? No, not at all. I feel like, if anything, I'm more my real self, streaming and doing this type of stuff than I am with people in real life. Maybe that's weird to say, but I feel like in this space I can, really be my actual self. I'm not sure why that is, but no persona here. Are there any audio ideas that you want to post but are hesitant to because you're not sure if we'll like them and or you're not confident in them? Not really. I've been dabbling in the idea of doing like maybe like light pet play type stuff, but I get requests for that now lately, so I'm not I'd be confident in making something like that. So again, I hate to be boring, but nothing comes to mind. Do you have any accessories that you can't leave the house without? Chain, necklace, bracelet, etc.? No. I'm not a jewelry guy. I mean, I wear glasses, so I can't leave with those. I can't do anything without them. I always keep sunglasses on me. Not really. Not an accessory guy. Would you rather only eat soft cookies that are low-key raw and you'll probably get salmonella, or only eat crunchy cookies that are dry with no drink accompaniment and get crumbs everywhere? Soft supremacy, that's right. You know what? If eating soft cookies means risking my life, that's a risk I'm willing to take. Salty popcorn or caramel popcorn? I would have to say I love caramel corn, but like movie theater popcorn with like a healthy application of butter, there's nothing like it. Salty popcorn, I would have to say. What is your eye color? They're kind of blue, grayish. What is your nearsightedness prescription? Can you get by without glasses? I don't know my exact prescription. I don't know what it is. But can I get by without glasses? No, not really. I can't drive without them. I can't read. I don't do anything with it. If I'm not sleeping, I have them on. Would you consider dating a foreign girl? Yeah, of course. I don't discriminate. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Um, I'm really not sure. Um, if there's one thing I've learned in the past, 5 years, 10 years even, it's, there's nothing wrong with having a bit of a plan or structure, some goals for where you want to end up, but you never really know where the wind's gonna take you. So that's really hard for me to say. I'd like to say that I would have kept going with the voice acting thing. I brought this up a couple times, even in this Q&A, but maybe branch out into some more mainstream voice acting roles, kind of follow this road a little more. But yeah. If there were only 1 minute left before the end of the world, what would you do? Probably cry, hug my dog, hug my family. That's already putting us in a crunch. I don't know. That's probably all I'd have time for. Is there an animal's cry that scares you? Probably, I've never heard one in the wild, thankfully, but mountain lions. That, like, wow, that thing they do. Ugh. Spooky. Will you do VA for a long time? I'm scared when I think that my sleeping pills will suddenly disappear one day. I have no plans of stopping as of right now. I want to do this for as long as I'm able. So, the we've only just begun. Are you comfortable with having a male audience? Feels so wrong sometimes to watch videos of this genre from other dudes when it's obviously targeted towards women. It's just been kind of a lingering thought. I'm comfortable with it, I know I don't make any male-oriented content, and I likely won't, because I am, I'm hetero, and I just don't think I could perform it to my fullest abilities, and it's no disrespect to the fellas out there. I know you're out there, and shout out. But it's not my cup of tea. Not to say I wouldn't make like M4A, more ambiguous stuff. But am I comfortable with having a male audience? Absolutely. Whoever finds enjoyment in my content, I'm happy with it. Just graduated and interning now, totally hitting a wall energy-wise. What's your secret sauce for staying so vibrant? Caffeine helps. And, like I said before, find a comfortable limit for yourself, and when you do get time to rest, rest, work hard, play hard. What makes you happy, like genuinely? Is it people, places, or maybe moments and memories? I'd say all of the above, my friends, my family, being home, or, places I just kind of like to go to, or memories too, when you get that nice nostalgia wave that always manages to put a smile on my face. What are your thoughts about pineapple on pizza? Not a fan. I am not a pineapple on pizza guy. No disrespect to the people who do, but, keep it away from me. Respectfully. Do you have a favorite villain? Could be from a video game, movie, cartoon, etc. That is a good one. That's not something I often think about. Let me think. One I always liked was Gus from Breaking Bad, or Gustavo. I really liked him. Just the way he was always like impossibly well calculated, and you know, any villain where it's like you find yourself liking them in some weird way, or like when they do kind of show a human side, because when they're just pure evil, I think, not to say that's bad writing, but it's just too easy. I always like it when they're a little more ambiguous, which yeah, I always liked him. Or I always like from the Far Cry game series. I always liked the I haven't played the newest one, 6 at the time of recording this, but all of the ones from the older games, I always liked them cuz they're like, sometimes they'll say something and you're like, they kind of have a point, or you find yourself kind of on some odd level despite the bad things they might do. Sort of liking them, or maybe even rooting for them in some twisted way. But those are the first few that come to mind anyway. What is my favorite ramen flavor? I've eaten my fair share of ramen, but I haven't tried a whole wide variety of kinds, to be honest. Usually, I go for beef, or almost always beef, sometimes chicken. But, ramen girls sound off. I'm always looking for to try something new. What was your best Halloween costume? Do they have Halloween up there? Yes, Halloween is very much a thing in Canada, although because it is in late October, usually it can be very cold on Halloween night. Sometimes it'll snow. Past couple years it's been alright, but it's kind of customary, especially for little kids, to wear like a full winter parka over their costume. So you can't always get the full effect, but we do the whole gamut, the decorating, trick-or-treating. It's, people go all out. It's similar to what I imagine it would be like in the United States. What was my best Halloween costume? I think I told this story on a past QnA. But one year back when like creepypastas and all that were taking off, I went as Slenderman. My costume was, I had like black sneakers, like my regular gym shoes. I wore plain black sweatpants and a black turtleneck, and then for the white head, I went to Walmart and I bought women's pantyhose, like white obviously, and like a robber, like a bank robber or something. I put him over my head, put it over my head, and it looked pretty good. But the main issue was as you guys know, I wear glasses, and I wore glasses at the time, so I had the white head, but then I just had like two white squares like imprinting on the pantyhose, and they were fogging up so bad, my glasses. I think I went most of the night putting up with it, but I eventually had to bail and take the pantyhose off, so I was just wearing all black and no mask. It kind of devolved into not really a costume, but that's always the one I think of. 5 horror movies you'd recommend watching. I was never a horror guy at all for a large swath of my life. Until very recently, when I kind of, got the balls to start watching them, I guess, because I do enjoy them. I think they can have amazing production value, really good stories. A lot of new original good ones are always coming out. They never feel too stale, if that makes sense. But my top 5, okay, this is my top 5. I haven't seen any of like the super duper classics. Some people might be saying, how could you not have X, Y, and Z on here? But off the top of my head, the first 5, first one that always comes to my mind is Hereditary. That's that A24 movie. Well, most of you have probably heard of it. Excellent movie. Just a really good movie, even standalone, not even in the horror genre. Um, The Lighthouse is another one of my favorites, but I wouldn't quite call that horror. It's more of a thriller. Um, the first It, I really, really liked. That was the first one I ever seen. I went and saw that in theaters when it came out, and I had never seen a horror movie before that, and that was an experience, let me tell you. But I say that one. Um, I recently went through and watched the whole Saw series. Um, I don't know if you guys listen to the Dead Meat podcast or watch the YouTube channel, but they did a whole like watch along type series, so I kind of watched it as they would drop episodes, and I had overlooked Saw for a long time. I always kind of had an image in my mind that it would just be like gratuitous, like gore porn, which it does have that moments, but you know, if I could count the whole series as one entry, because they are a little hit and miss, but I really liked it overall. So that's four, and then fifth one. Let me think. I just paused to go back in my like watched list, and now there's so many I wish I would have named. Like The Shining, obviously legendary. The Witch, or like the Vitch is how it's like stylized. VVITCH. I haven't seen Alien yet, but I feel like I would really like that one. I'm going way over 5 here, but anyway. The Substance, I watched that really recently. I really liked that one. Um, Silence of the Lambs, it's a good one. I don't know. I'm going kind of above and beyond here, but would recommend those ones. Do you have a favorite smell? Fruity, woodsy, clean linen, etc. I do like the clean linen smell. My all-time favorite would have to be probably vanilla. I really, really love vanilla. Like vanilla extract. You open up the bottle, take a whiff. Ugh. Delicious. Do you have any turn-ons that are odd or less common, or things you find attractive on people? That's a good one. Let me think. I wouldn't call this uncommon or weird necessarily, but I really like physically at least, I really like nice eyes on a girl. That really does it for me. I like, let me think. Physically, I can't think of anything out of the ordinary. I'm not too picky that way. But like things I find attractive, I like it when girls have like weird or unique hobbies, you know, something very original. Or you know, just any like real talent in general. That's not very odd or uncommon, but I'm really grasping at straws here. I don't have anything like weird that I like necessarily on women or about women. I hate to be boring about this one, but you're lost in the woods. What are your three weapons of choice? I'm taking all 3 weapons. Jeez. Well, probably an axe, just for survival purposes. Then maybe knife, good sized knife, and then I don't know, a gun. Gatling gun, rocket launcher. Black, brown, or white cowboy hat. I only have one, and it's black. But I might try. I don't wear them. I wear it barely ever. But I could maybe get into brown. Not white though. White, in my opinion, that's more of a a color for ladies, but yeah. Can I have a hug? I promise I won't tell anyone. Here, let me see if I can give the mic a little squeeze there. Did you ever expect to reach an audience this large? No. Definitely not. I'm pleasantly surprised, of course, but it snowballed a lot quicker than I ever thought it would. I never ever expected to be this big, this quick. Certainly. Have any of the scripts you've read really interested or surprised you? I'm always surprised by, like, I try to be a little picky with the scripts I do. I like to make sure, like, I imagine myself reading it and I make sure it's a good fit for me. But, you know, um, the ones I do pick, I'm always really, well, across the board, I'm surprised with the level of writing talent that's out there. I'm much more of an improv guy. When I try to put pen to paper to make myself a script or something, I can never manage to do it like the script writers can. I'm always very surprised. As a hockey fan myself, ice hockey, like it or not, I do like hockey. I haven't followed it in a long time. I used to watch games semi-often, but I just kind of fallen out of it. But it is kind of undeniably one of the more entertaining sports to watch. It's very physical, fast-paced, non-stop, I do like it. Would you ever consider doing an ice hockey audio? I sort of have, but not really. I released an old audio, like, from my vault back when I recorded off my phone. I did an ice hockey thing, and I released that. It must have been a couple months ago by now, so sort of yes, but I would like to do a full-fledged one, really let the accent fly. um I'd like to know more about your future work plans. Hope you'll keep going and not suddenly disappear. I certainly won't ever suddenly disappear, but my future work plans, I guess, just keep on like I have been. I'd like to improve more on my acting skills, branch out into things I haven't done yet, and I'm still relatively new to this in a way. There's a lot of stones still left unturned. So yeah. What has been the most exciting thing you've done this year? This year's been kind of plain for me. Just work, keeping up with the audios. I went on vacation to Mexico. That was a blast, of course. But yeah, just watching my audio career kind of grow into what it has been. That's been the most exciting thing. I guess that would count. Yeah, that's the most exciting thing that's happened to me this year, I should say. Congratulations to 15k followers. Thanks a lot for your amazing work. So, have you realized that you're cute now? You'll never catch me saying it about myself, but I suppose it's a little undeniable. I guess I am a little cutie patootie. What's my zodiac sign? I think I answered this earlier. I'm a Leo. If you are in a relationship, does your partner know about this part of your life? No, I am single currently. If you aren't and you do start having one, would you let them know about it, or will all of this just end instead? If I was to start dating somebody who didn't know beforehand, I would make sure that they knew. and I would just go from there. But I really, really don't want to stop this, at least anytime soon. But yeah. What would your dream job be? Oof. What would my dream job be? I mean, I hate to keep going back to this, but in a sense, VAing has kind of become, I wouldn't call it a job, but if I could turn it into more of a full-time thing, I would really like that. I always thought about maybe being like a park ranger or like a game warden, something like that. You know, lots of time outside, exercise, that type of stuff. What is your favorite cuisine? And if you eat out with one of the listeners, what type of food would you choose? Jeez. I mean, Italian food is always great. Mexican. Or just like regular American cuisine. Sushi, I really like. If I was gonna take somebody out to eat, listener or non, I don't know. I feel like sushi really like travels well as a a dinner date type of food. As long as they are a sushi fan. Try lots of different stuff all at once. You get to kind of have a bit of a conversation starter with the food. You know what I mean? Do you ever feel like you have to, quote, ground yourself after recording more intense audios and adopting darker personas? If so, how? Um, Not particularly. If I do record two audios back to back where there is like a pretty severe tone shift, I'll always, get up, take a quick break, go for a walk, and kind of pull myself out of that VA headspace just to kind of go back into it with a clean mindset. But for the most part, like I said earlier, I think I'm fairly decent about, switching different personas off and on, at the drop of a hat. Next up, have you managed to make time for the Stardew Valley concert yet? I don't know if they're touring again. They could be. I'll have to see if they are and where the dates are, but I would like to go to that. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, there's a traveling orchestra that goes around and performs the Stardew Valley soundtrack, like live. I've always wanted to catch it. What kind of perfume do you like? With the usage of perfume, I'm assuming you mean like what kind of smells do I like on a girl? Um, I like I like all perfumes. I like a light scent. I don't like it when it's too overbearing. Um, but perfume isn't a must-have for me. I also just really like. This is gonna sound freaky as hell, but I really just like it like a natural girl's smell. Anyway, um, what would your ideal scenario for a date or a confession look like? Like if I was gonna confess my love to somebody? Oof. Maybe like, a nice, not a hike, but like a nature walk on like a cool day, like sweater weather type thing. And then go for coffee after. Or if it's somebody you have like more of a established relationship, dinner and a movie always works. But I don't like movies for like a kind of a beginner date. You don't get much of a chance to talk during. There's always that like after discussion, but I think that would be good. Hi, do you plan to post your own photos on social media? Why or why not? If you mean like pictures of myself, I have no plans of posting for reasons I already explained, but I do post like daily life photos occasionally on my Discord. Mainly consists of like food pics and pictures of my pets, but I do sort of do that now, but I don't have like an Insta or anything. What made you get into voice acting, and do you plan to do it full time? I already answered the what made me get into it part, so I'll skip that. But do I plan to do it full time? If in the future it's at all possible, yes, I would love to. But for kind of a multitude of reasons, at the moment, that's not really feasible for me. But down the road, yes, I'd absolutely be open to that. How do you think you'd react if someone in person thought they recognized your voice? I've been thinking about this a lot lately, actually. And, I don't know how I would react in the moment. I mean, because if you admit it, then I've been, kind of found out. I might try to, like, play it off like I don't know what they're talking about, but I, I think I'm a better liar than I am. I think somebody might see right through me. If it was undeniable, if I had been, found out, I'd probably be shy, but I think it would be really surreal to meet a listener in real life. I think that would make it, really real to me. Have you ever discovered a new kink you didn't know you'd enjoy through doing audios? Do you have any kinks you'd like to do audios on in the future? I'm not a very it's not that I wouldn't venture into different things, but I'm not a super kinky person in real life. Like, however much of a sex fiend you guys think I really am, like in my personal life, dial that back a little bit. Hedge your expectations. Did I say that right? Limit your expectations. But I didn't know that I could do the MDOM thing like I do. Usually it's sort of an equal playing field in my experience, but I've had a lot of fun with that. But I haven't done a lot of like super like kink audios. So I guess that story is yet to be told. Maybe I'll discover something new. Do you have a type when it comes to girls? Blondes, brunettes, redheads, body type, personality? I'm not a picky hair color guy. I don't, as soon as I think, oh, blondes, but then I think, oh my god, brunettes, but then I think, oh my god, redheads. And I'm all over the place. Body type, I'm not super picky. I like a girl who's like, healthy looking. They don't have to be rail thin, but I like somebody who's, in, somebody who, what am I saying here? I like a nice, healthy look, I should say. Personality, I'm, personality, I'm not too picky on either. Just as long as somebody is, kind. We're all different, and opposites attract. I think it's good to date people with varying personalities. I will say I'm sort of like a. I mean, you guys can probably parse this, but I'm a very apprehensive, kind of a shyer person. I think it's best for me to be with a girl who's more, outwards, to kind of bring that side out of me. Because it is in there, but sometimes I need a little, like somebody to egg me on in a good way. You know what I mean? Do you have any tattoos? Would you ever get any? I don't have any tattoos at the moment. I would be open to getting one, but I don't have any plans to right now. I never know what I would get. I'm certain something will come to me someday. Do you work out or do you just naturally maintain? I kind of go in and out of lifting. I have a little home setup, so I should be doing it more often, but I do get a decent amount of physical activity just in my day-to-day. I try to eat healthy, when I can, so for the most part, I naturally maintain. Coca-Cola or Pepsi, right off the hop of maintaining a healthy body. But I will say, I'm stuttering. I am a Pepsi man. I've been getting into Diet Pepsi lately. Very good. Coca-Cola is good once in a while, but growing up we were a Pepsi family, so I've sort of born and bred to be a Pepsi man. How often do you, take care of yourself? What's the longest you've gone without it? I kind of go in and out of like horny phases, There will be a couple weeks span where I'm like needing it every day, twice a day sometimes. And then I kind of go out of it where, I'll take, 2, 3, 4 days, plus even. What's the longest I've gone without it? Oh, geez. I don't remember specifically. Probably 2 weeks to a month, somewhere in that range. Would you ever consider putting together a blooper reel? Again, I sort of have. I have, really. I post them on my Discord. I have a bloopers channel that I post them in. But I only do it if I like make a lot of mistakes on one audio or some funny ones. But yeah, I do bloopers. Are IKEA sharks cute? IKEA sharks. I'm gonna have to pause and look up what that is. Okay, I googled it. I don't know what I was expecting beyond a plushy shark made by IKEA, but I would say yes, they are cute. Thumbs up. Can you do more M-Sub and Ramblefat, please? Yes, absolutely. More of those coming. What is your body and blood? As in, what is your equivalent of communion wafer and communion wine? If you were to choose a drink and any form of carbs to represent yourself, what would they be? That's a very creative question. P.S. I came across this question on my Instagram feed, so all credits for the creativity goes to the original post. Well, at least you admitted it, but thank you for the question. My communion wine would probably be, like a Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, excuse me, or like a, vanilla Coke or something like that. Or you know what? Cream soda Pepsi. That would be my communion wine. What would my communion wafer be? Any form of carbs. It would be a Cool Ranch Dorito. That would be my communion wafer. What's a song that always gets stuck in people's heads? I'm assuming you mean what's a song that always gets stuck in my head. One that's been getting me a lot lately is All Day and All of the Night, or All of the Night, by the Kinks. Freaky name, I know. That one, it's like, I'm not content to be with you in the daytime. All day and girl, I want to be with you. Sing it if you know it. What's something most people enjoy but you don't? Ooh. Um. Hmm. That's a tough one. I don't. Once in a while, I will, but I don't super like going to the bars, especially at night when it's like really hopping. I like it in like small doses, but as the night goes on and you're drinking yourself and people are getting rowdy, I don't know. I just get this overwhelming feeling that like something could pop off at any moment, and I'm not in full control of my body, and I could be in serious danger. I mean, I like to party and be with friends, and I like drinking as much as the next guy, but like being in like a rowdy fucking bar at like peak time, not a fan. For an extended period of time at least. Do you think people are happier now or in the past? Mm, that's hard for me to say because, I'm not exactly uh young, but I'm not too old either. The past for me was when I was a child, and it's easy to think back to when you were a kid and think that everybody was happier because you viewed everything through that childish or childlike, I should say, lens. You know what I mean? And before you were born, it's easy to say, oh, people were so much happier in, the 50s, 60s, 70s, but, was that really the case? I think, um, not to say the modern day doesn't have, we have our issues today, of course, and, bad things happen, but I feel like people tend to, um, overly romanticize the past. Um, especially when they were younger, because, you're often more inclined to only remember the good times, Um, things have always been up and down, and every generation, every era has had its pros and cons. So, I mean, maybe people were a little happier in the past, that being said, but um, I don't think there's as major of a difference as some people might perceive. You know what I mean? Very good question. What's the last book you read? If you can't remember, then you should start a monthly Patreon book club so you stay literate. That's a good idea. The last book I'm like a big book starter. I'm not a big book finisher because it's not that I get bored of them, but I'm reading and reading and reading, and you're kind of in the dog days of a book, and you hear about something new and exciting. You're like, oh man, I'll just read the first couple pages, and then you're on to that one, then you don't finish the old one. But the last one I truly read cover to cover, I read the American Psycho book after I watched the movie, and I would recommend it. It's a very good book, um, but it's very disturbing. There's if you've seen the movie, you'll know kind of the general gist of what it's about. But the book has a lot, uh, quite a few more extra scenes that weren't in the movie, and they're at times, very graphic. Like, I'm not an easily disturbed person, even if I'm watching, something on TV or something like that. But the book genuinely, like, unsettled me at certain times. So if you're a big fan of the movie, I would give it a read, but be ready, because it's worse than the movie being a book, if I could put it that way. Do you have any weird or irrational fears? Um, Hmm. Weird or irrational fears. Nothing super weird comes to mind. Um. Hmm. I wouldn't call it super weird, but I hate getting uh paper cuts. Like nobody likes it, of course, but it's like I would almost rather get cut normally. Just they're so stingy, and I hate that feeling. So whenever I'm like handling paper or turning like pages of a book, I'm always like super dainty with it, like I'm handling a bomb. If you could, if you could only wear one shade of sweatpants for the rest of your life, what would it be? Let me think. Let me think. I have a couple like dark green pairs, and they actually style pretty well with like a black or a white tee and sneakers. But I'd have to say gray sweatpants. I said the thing. Okay, here we go. Is men busting multiple times real? Is there a refractory period? Explain in 500 words, please. uh, yeah. Yes. It's not. It's not to the extent that women can, where it's within reason, effectively unlimited. You do have something of a cooldown. Think of it like think of it like an ult in an RPG. There's like a. Is there a refractory period? Yeah. Like you can't. I mean, it depends on. For me personally, it depends on how like I'm feeling in that given day. Uh, I would say. I mean, 10, 15 minutes after the first one, and then after that, it can get to be a little bit of a drag. Mo- we're getting okay. We're getting freaky here. The most I ever did. This is fucking pathetic. But I'm so sorry, everybody. But I feel obligated to tell you this at this point. The most I ever did in one day was 6 or 7, and I did that in the span of like 8 hours ish. So I don't know. Do the math. I know that wasn't asked at all. My personal record. I just felt the need to include that for some reason. Uh, can you see? Can you see this doing? Can you see yourself doing this in 5 years when you're an old 30-year-old? Maybe. You know. I don't have any plans to stop, so we'll see how long we can take this. How long we can take this? Pause. How long I can. You know what I'm saying. Um, do you have any specific dreams you're aiming as for a voice actor, or are you just happy to chill and see where things go? I feel like I've kind of answered this already, but like I've been saying, I wouldn't call it a dream, more of, if it happens, it happens, but I would like to branch into standard voice acting. Uh, but I'm kind of um with a full-time job, voice acting takes up quite a bit of the remainder of my free time, so I think I'm just gonna keep hammering away like I have been, and play it by ear, see where the wind takes me. Since you're Canadian, do you like hockey? I answered that earlier. Yeah, I do like hockey. If so, who's your favorite hockey team? Back when I was really following it, I haven't caught a game in I don't even know how long, but I used to watch. And when I did, I was a big Winnipeg Jets fan. But yeah, it's been couple of years since I caught a game. And I hate to be a bandwagon fan, but I hear they're doing okay now. And back when I followed them, they weren't doing super great. But yeah. Do you have a beard or mustache? I have a mustache. Recently, I grew one like since the last Q&A. I don't have a beard. I can grow one, but my work doesn't allow me to keep one, essentially. So, no beard for me for now, but stash, yes. What would you say to your past self who just started as a VA? Good question. I would say, pace yourself. You know, back when I first started, I didn't have any rhyme or reason to my schedule. I would record, edit, and drop, record, edit, and drop the audios as quick as I could. There was times where I would drop 2, 3 in a day, but then if I didn't get recording time for so long, I could go weeks and weeks without uploading, and things worked out good. Just how they did. I don't think I made any blaring mistakes, but I would say, yeah, don't be afraid to sit on an audio for a little bit. Quality, not quantity. Do you watch anime? If so, which shows or type do you enjoy? Not much. It's not that I don't like it. I haven't really gotten into it ever. I think I've answered this on past Q&As. I've started watching the original Berserk, which I really do like. I was a bit of a Pokemon kid. Akira is a great movie. And then Cyberpunk Edge Runners, I caught a little bit of that, which I really did like, but I got spoiled and just couldn't bear to go on. But do I watch it? Not really, but I do casually enjoy it. Could you please share which audio introduced you to the Chinese Desert Darlings? How did your name spread this far into China? I find it both admirable and fascinating, especially since you're Canadian. I don't know. I don't know if I could pinpoint it down to one particular audio. Maybe the Chinese fans could give some more insight into this, but I'm not sure. Maybe the Professor one? And then my recent Ramble Fap seemed to do pretty well internationally, but I don't know. I didn't anticipate having this many international fans. I'm happy to have them all, or you all, of course, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know why I'm so big over there, but I'm glad for it anyway. What is your phone wallpaper and why did you choose it? My phone wallpaper is just plain black. I don't have a picture. I just think it's a clean look. I don't know. Sometimes I'll do like a dark green wallpaper. If you had to sell your bathwater soap as Cowboy VA merch, in brackets, all caps, hypothetically, what would it feel and smell like? In other words, what is the scent of the soap and shampoo that you use? The shampoo I use doesn't really have a named scent. It's just kind of like a clean smell. But then I use this body wash that's like vanilla and shea butter, so it would probably smell something like that. How does your favorite blanket look and feel like? I want full immersion when listening to your audios. What kind of blanket do you suggest I should be snuggling under? I recently got a duvet because I'm a fancy pants now. I grew up on Walmart blankets, but I finally broke down and got one. It's a Serta, Serta, down-filled duvet, and then I have a jersey knit cover on it. I really like jersey knit. That's what my sheets and my pillowcases are. I really like that feeling. So that's what I'm currently running. Could you please provide more rough MDOM audio? Yeah. I haven't gotten mean in a while. I think I'm ready to kind of unlock that a little bit. But yeah, keep an eye out. Do you read every DM and reply to them? I think so. I certainly read everyone. I think I've replied to them all. This wasn't the question, but comments, I feel like I should mention. I do read every single comment, and I do appreciate them all. I know I don't always reply to every single one, but to the commenters out there, I really appreciate the support, and just know that I do see them, and if I don't reply, it's nothing personal. Just, I do try to get around to everyone, genuinely. I believe you said before that your hobbies include hunting and fishing. Just wondering, what do you enjoy hunting the most? Around here, it's mostly deer. My sister's husband takes their 2 boys bear hunting sometimes. Jesus, well, good for them. Yeah, only deer. That's the only thing I've ever went after. I'm not much of a fisherman. I don't know if I said, I must have, I guess, but, much more of a hunter. Not much, well, I hunt a little bit and fish really not that often, if I'm being honest. There's a couple I've already answered. Okay, here's my question. Due to personal issues, I find it very difficult to focus on one thing. So I was wondering if you have any good methods for concentrating. I mean, with audios, there's that pressure to get it done, you know. I upload on a semi-fixed schedule. So, you know, if it gets to be crunch time, you know, I know that I'll be letting a lot of people down if I don't get my work done. So that kind of pushes me. But listening to music or a podcast can help me. Or don't be afraid to take breaks, you know. If you're studying or working, you know, it's totally okay to tell yourself, you know, okay, I'm gonna study hard for, you know, an hour. And then I'll take a 15-20 minute break, and then I'll come back. Making yourself an organized list, you know, that helps. You set things in the order you're going to do them, and just knock them off one by one. Bing, 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 bing. And before you know it, you'll be done. Okay, another one of these. Do you know you're really popular in China? Yes, I do. It's a surprise to me, but... can you learn a couple of Chinese phrases, like bao bao, baby, and 我爱你, I love you? Sometimes the Discord has me speak a little Chinese, but I forget a lot of it. I should probably pick up a couple phrases. I know, new, that's a cow. That's my, it's a popular nickname for me. Ni hao, of course. Hello. And that's about the extent of my Mandarin knowledge. Something that makes you laugh when you think about it. Oh, jeez. One particular thing that can make me laugh when I think about it? Oh, jeez. Growing up, I used to watch a lot of like older sitcoms with my grandparents, so a lot of like the kind of cheesy but kind of funny jokes from back then, they always stick out to me. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the first one that came to my mind from the show Cheers. Some of you may know of it, especially I don't want to say older people, but more experienced people, I should say. The character Norm, he goes walks into a bar. The bartender goes, "Can I draw you a beer, Norm?" And he goes, "No, I already know what they look like. Just pour me one." The delivery on that was... You have to YouTube the clip. It's funnier when he does it. Does Cowboy like pure love? Yes. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Hello, Cowboy. I'm a Chinese listener. We have a term here called white moonlight, which refers to the purest and most beautiful things in one's heart. Your voice and works are often described as white moonlight by us. Aw. I was wondering how you feel about this. Wishing you a wonderful life. Thank you. That's very sweet. I wasn't aware that you guys, referred to my work like that. But yeah, I'm honored. Thank you all so much. Do you think it honestly gets to your ego a bit? Oh jeez, knowing we all love you, thank you, and there are so many of us and counting. Or is it more of a humble appreciation? Like I said earlier, I think this level of attention can get to a person, and it sneaks up on you more than you might think. So, it's the thing I always try to do. It's the thing I try hardest to do, is to not let myself get big-headed about the appreciation I get, because, yeah, I don't know how to say it. I try to stay humble at all times. But yeah, so I would say it's more of a humble appreciation, but I don't say that to understate how much I do appreciate it. Does that make sense? If you like hickeys, where do you want them? I'll tell you guys this, I have never gotten a hickey or given one. Where would I want it? I don't know. Somewhere that can stay covered. What's a small thing that always brings you joy, no matter what? Clean bedding. That feeling when you wash your sheets and then you get in, have a shower and then go get into bed. It's, it doesn't take that long, but it's, I don't know, maybe that was a little plain of an answer, but that's the first thing that came to my mind. Hi Cowboy, do you have Asian heritage? What about your parents? No, not as far as I know. Maybe somewhere down the line, but it would be quite far back, if any. My parents, same thing, no. Not that I know of. Do I speak other languages? I think we talked about that earlier. No, not fluently. Just English. I'm curious. Oh, jeez. Do you have a favorite place you like to come in real life? Mouth, tongue, cream pie, or tits? Oh my. Oh, jeez. I'll take what I can get. That is kind of a turn on for me, I guess. But I know some ladies aren't a fan, so I take it where I can get it. Or they more like they take it where they can get it. Am I right? I'm sorry. Would you would you consider recording some M-Sub audio? Please let us taste the Shy Cowboy as soon as possible. I have done M-Sub in the past. Again, I think I talked about that earlier. But yeah, more M-Sub coming, hopefully very soon. Can you please sing a song for us? I think you have a wonderfully sweet and cute voice for singing. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oof. I don't know if I'm gonna rip out a song right now, but I've had that requested a lot, song covers, so maybe keep an eye out. I'll see if something comes to me. Here we go. If you were a video game or D&D character, what would your stat sheet look like? Strength, charisma, background, class, etc. It's funny you should say that. We've been playing Baldur's Gate 3 occasionally on stream, and I'm doing, I tried to model my build, like, after being a VA. Like, I went, College of Glamour Bard, or maybe we should do, maybe it was Swords Bard? I don't know, but, like, my personal stat sheet, strength would be decent. Charisma, I suppose charisma would be high. I would beg to differ, but what else is there? Intelligence? I mean, I don't know about that. I'd be rolling a lot of crit fails on that. Background? I should say class first. My class? I mean, I guess it would be Bard. I usually do Ranger, though. I like the outdoorsy kind of animal vibe. Background, I don't know. Again, I guess Entertainer now. Or maybe Outlander. Who is your favorite video game character and why? Of all time? Oof, that's a tough one. That's a... Let me think. Oof, that's a big one. I'd say... I will say the first game that ever, like, resonated with me on, like, an emotional level, and we just finished streaming it, so stream fans will know, is, the first Red Dead Redemption. You know, John and his son, Jack, are, you know, I don't want to say I guess I kind of did. I kind of related to both of them on some level. I kind of related to their dynamic, and, you know, yeah, I'm sure if I thought more on it, maybe I could come up with something else, but that's the first one that always comes to my mind anyway. What's your favorite kind of script to read, including the safe for work ones? Again, I don't know if I have a particular favorite. I think I play, like, the soft comfort thing the best, but it's fun to kind of get mean once in a while, but it's also kind of fun to be M-sub. I don't know, what's my favorite? I'd say my favorite ones are, you know, whatever mood I'm in at that particular time. I hate to be non-specific about it, but are you not horny all the damn time with all those scripts you have to read and voice? Sometimes they do kind of get to me, I'll be honest. It feels weird to say that because, you know, I'm like hearing my own male voice and feeling, but, you know, you're kind of putting yourself into the scene, you know, I shouldn't. But yeah, sometimes you do get a little fired up. Lastly, is there any way you can request certain storylines? This might be embarrassing, but I'm an optician and I would love to hear an eye exam gone freaky. I like that idea. If you want to suggest anything, the best place to do that would be to drop it in the suggestions channel in my Discord. I used to get suggestions only through DMs, but it's easy for them to just get lost in the inbox, you know. But an eye exam gone freaky as a glasses wearer, that piques my interest. Did you recently change your microphone? It sounds a bit different from before. Yes, as I said earlier, the one before this was a Yeti Nano. Now I'm running a Rode NT1. Have you considered making an MM4F audio or a detective versus thief storyline? Those both sound... The detective versus thief thing sounds interesting. And MM4F, I've kind of played with the idea of doing like a self collab. That sounds really fun to me because then I could do like an accent for the other me. As for collabing with another male VA, maybe. I'm not sure, but a self collab, that could be fun. Is there any audio you've made that became more popular or well liked than you were expecting? I mean, I never put out an audio thinking, this one probably isn't gonna do that good. Um, Maybe I'll have to look back at my library and come up with something. I don't know if I could name a specific title, but the audios that don't contain, like NSFW audios that don't actually contain, like an actual sex scene or listener orgasms, those sometimes can do really well, and I'm always surprised by it because, you know, maybe it's just me, but as a male listener, I always need a little bit of a conclusion, if you know what I'm saying. Um, but I think for female listeners, it's sometimes a little different. You're more tuned to the raw fantasy, maybe. Uh, but yeah, stuff like I was just looking at my library here. Like the creepy drunk roommate, stuff like that. I mean, maybe there was a female finish in that one, but at any rate, you guys know what I mean. Any piercings? No. No piercings at all. Nothing. Um. Okay, I've listened to some of your older audios before, and they've always gave me a very refined, almost reserved impression, but this new one felt completely different. This is in reference to the new Ramble Fab. So natural and lively, your breathing sounded really sensual, and the way you flirted had a strong boyfriend vibe. The Ramble Fab totally overturned the reserved image I had of you before. The change was so striking that people on Xiaohongshu Red Note are even joking you went from a bit of a straight-laced serious guy to full-on seductive demon. I'm really curious, where did this transformation come from? I don't know. I was diabolically horny, and I just kind of turned on the mic and let it flow. I don't know. I don't know where it came from, but it happened. But I'm glad you guys liked it. If you could jump into a pool of anything, what would it be full of? Maybe. I'm trying to think of something thin enough where I'm not gonna like harm myself, but something thick enough where I'm not just gonna sail right through it and hit the bottom of the pool. Maybe like warm honey. I feel like that would, it would feel good, and then it's thin enough where you can sort of move. What if you drowned? You can't swim in honey. I don't know. It would be a peaceful death anyway. If you were in a crime movie and your team was about to break into a bank, which role do you think you'd be assigned and why? Oh, geez. Who would I be? Oof. Maybe the driver? Or, I'd be, I'd be the guy who gets shot by the cops and like starts the whole downfall, and I just bleed out on the sidewalk. That's who I would be. Okay, here we go. How often do you jerk off? Okay, I think I discussed that earlier. Are you circumcised or not? I am circumcised. Are you interested in knowing yourself, or do you ever reflect on yourself, like your personality, habits, or patterns in different relationships? If I'm being perfectly honest, that's not something I really did for the longest time. I was just kind of, I don't know, on autopilot in a way. But, as I mature and, the impact of how I treat people, not that I've been mean to people in the past, but, the reality of how you can affect people and, how you go about doing things and why you do things, that's sort of uh, become much more present in my mind in the past few years. So, yes, I would say I am. How do you feel about having connections with your listeners? What kind of interactions feel most supportive to you? What do you hope from your listeners? Connection with the listeners, I always try to walk that line of, showing a little bit of yourself so I can, come across as, so that you guys know that, not that you don't, but that there's a real person behind the mic, if that makes sense. But, you do have to keep a little bit of that boundary, just because the internet can be what it can be, and you kind of got to, walk a bit of a line in that regard. What kind of interactions feel most supportive to you? I don't know if any one type of fan interaction feels more than another. People, uh, I hate to make it about money, but people who are willing to, donate to me financially or asking for a Patreon, that feels, I'd say that's the most confirming to me, that people are willing to put their hard-earned money towards my content. That kind of puts things into perspective for me. Or, as I said earlier, people who tell me that, or how my work helped them, with their personal situations, whatever those may be. Those are always really sweet to me. Sweet for me to hear. And what do you hope from your listeners? I don't expect anything particular out of my listeners. You guys are doing plenty for me as is. Just keep enjoying my content. If you're kind enough to show any kind of support, whether it's simple as leaving a like, leaving a comment, it's all extremely appreciated. What do you think about your fan arts and the people who create them for you? I love them all. It's very, very, the level of talent that is out there is honestly insane. And the effort that some people, or all of them, anybody who's made fan art, the level of effort that you guys put in is astounding. I couldn't make something half as good as anything I've received personally, and it's very much appreciated, and the people who create them are I should have included that in the interactions that feel most supportive. People who are willing to put their precious time and talents to create something for me and the community. It's always highly appreciated, and 2 thumbs up on the fan art. With more people following you, how do you feel about longtime listeners compared to new ones? I don't think I feel any differently, between the two. It's definitely really sweet to see people who have been with me from the beginning still sticking around after all this time. But I welcome all listeners, new and old. What do you think about your boundaries or comfort zones in this work? I kind of touched on that a little earlier. I try to be, how should I say, firm but understanding with my boundaries. I am wary of the, it's a bit of a 4-letter word in the audio community, but the parasocial aspect of it, I'm always wary of that. So I try to I try to walk that line between, not showing too much of myself, but, still engaging with the community at large, if that makes sense. What are your thoughts on receiving feedback, including anonymous feedback? What feels helpful? I love receiving all kinds of feedback, whether it's, positive or more along the lines of criticism. Anonymous feedback, I don't know if I really have any infrastructure for giving anonymous feedback, which I should get something together, like a Google form or something. But as long as it's kept respectful, of course, I'm happy to receive any and all feedback. When it comes to topics, what do you enjoy? Lighter conversations, deeper ones, or does it depend? Like your hobbies or your values, which do you prefer? Uh, I like to mix it up. There's nothing like a good, deep convo, but not every conversation has to be super, uh, weighty. I'm always up for a little small talk or a nice, deep convo. When you come across requests or topics that you don't feel comfortable with, what helps you handle them? I don't receive many requests that I don't feel comfortable with. Usually I'll just be honest with people. I'll tell them, this isn't something that I think I could fill. If it's like a script request or something. And topics that don't feel, I guess that's more along the lines of audio work too. Topics that don't feel comfortable. I more just, I just respectfully decline, and I just won't do it. But that's rarely the case, very rarely. How do you think about communication? What do you consider to be the most important way and effective way in communication? That's kind of a blanket question, but in a general sense, I would say respect and honesty. The best way to get through to somebody is, you know, don't don't talk down to them. Just uh, treat them with respect and kindness, but don't let that hold back what you want to get across to them. You gotta lay your cards on the table, so to speak, but do it in a kind way. How do you feel about privacy as a VA? Are there things you're cautious about? Privacy is very important to me, especially as we grow. I hate feeling like I have to hide things from people. I like to kind of bare my soul a little bit, so to speak, but you guys know how it is. You kind of got to play your cards a little closer to your chest. On stream and all that, I do tell the odd, life story, what I'm doing, but um, I kind of think twice about what I say and what I let out. Um, yeah, that's pretty much it. What do you want to get the most from being a VA? I didn't really come into this expecting or wanting anything out of it. I guess at this point, um, just to keep on keeping on, keep on helping people, get through their day or, other things that they need to do. um, and, maybe possibly if, God willing, if maybe I can get my name out there and really make something of myself in the field. But yeah. What's your wildest fantasy? I don't. That's not something I've ever really thought about. You know, I don't have like a dream scenario that's like, oh, I wish I could do that. I mean, oh, jeez. There's always. I think most guys have this. Whenever you stay in like a hotel and like the hotel maids come around, I think there's a little part in the back of every guy's mind when they knock on the door. It's like, could this be the one who's gonna be like hitting on me and, you know, something's gonna happen? But it never does. It's always just some lady. She's like, yep, time to vacuum, wipe the floor, on to the next one. Maybe someday. Fingers crossed. If you were to describe your life with one color, which one would you pick? Ooh. My whole life with one color. That's a tough one. Maybe green, my favorite. May I ask if you are familiar with the idea of native language shame? Many people feel that English is more straightforward and better suited for romantic or intimate talk, so some listeners prefer audios that are not in their native language. What are your thoughts on this? I don't know why it would be referred to as shame. You should never feel ashamed of your native language, but I definitely understand hearing another language and you know, feeling that it sounds more romantic. Like English people have, you know, the thing with French and Spanish. You know, you can say anything in French or Spanish and it's gonna sound, you know, sexy. And maybe to people who are foreign to English, I suppose maybe that's the same feeling. So I understand the sentiment, definitely. And I'm grateful that I can provide that to certain people. Are you not planning on using mods in Stardew Valley? Yeah. I just got them back working. For those of you who watch the streams, we've been streaming Stardew, and I simply didn't have my mods updated. So if you catch a stream from this point on, we will be using. I like to keep it pretty vanilla though. I don't like a whole lot of overhaul type things, but just some quality of life stuff is what I prefer. If you could visit any fictional world, what would you want to do or experience there? Ooh, that is a good one. Any fictional world. I haven't watched a lot of like I hate to tell you guys, I've never seen like any of the famous fantasy series. Like I haven't seen Lord of the Rings, I haven't seen Star Wars, stuff like that. I haven't seen it. I'm sorry. Fictional world. Maybe maybe the cities from the BioShock series, which these aren't great picks because terrible things happen there in the events of the games, but Rapture, the underwater city, and then Columbia, the floating city. I would like to be, actually, you know what, I would choose those cities before the events of the games when everything's nice, and I would just enjoy the scenery and then get out at an opportune time. Are you going to join more collabs? Yes, I've been, at the time of recording this, I have been invited to another, which should be out very soon at the time of releasing this. I can't say what it is for privacy's sake, but yes, anybody who will have me, I'm happy to join more collabs. I love the story of the Velveteen Rabbit and hope you will read more excuse me, more stories, will you? Yes, absolutely. I really love the storybook reading. And yeah, I will be continuing that. So, yes, yes. How did you discover your interests? I can't seem to find something I truly enjoy doing that is also meaningful. Do you have any advice? I don't. I don't know, really. I don't. I guess I would just say, you know, things will come to you, through friends or just, um, or, look into it, straight up Google different hobbies and go down a list. And if you find something that piques your interest, read more into it. If you're still liking it, try it. And, if it's not for you, there's nothing at all wrong with switching it out, trying different things. But yeah. Has anyone ever praised your voice in real life for being really gentle and soft? Weirdly, no. Until I started VAing, I had never ever received compliments on my voice. It's come as a surprise to me. Okay, how would you want to live your life so that by the time you're in old age, you'd have no regrets? I would say, jump at, I don't want to say all opportunities, but as many as you can. I think I said it earlier in this audio, the, how does the quote go? I forget it again. Disappointment is, the pain of regret is worse than disappointment. Oftentimes, you'll wish you had done something more often than you wish you hadn't. Do you know what I mean? That, and I would say, have plenty of good relationships with people in your personal life. I don't mean necessarily like dating, but just, friends, family. Take care of your body and take care of your mind in all facets. And that would be my advice. How long does it take you to prepare, record, and edit an audio usually? It can vary pretty wildly. If it's something like, a storybook or something where there's not many sound effects to be had, if I don't mess up the dialogue, I can get them done in, sometimes an hour or two. But if it's, a real sound effects heavy, especially if they're NSFW, if they're long, if I made a lot of mistakes in dialogue, they can take a couple hours, 3-4 hours or more sometimes, just for the editing aspect. Recording can take, usually not much longer than the audio itself is, typically a half hour to an hour. And preparing, I've only ever did script fills or total improv. So I haven't, script writing doesn't take me really any time because I don't write scripts. So yeah, all in, anywhere between an hour to like 6 hours. How do you make the old money laugh? Ask for a tutorial. I don't know. It's one of those things. You're born with it. Either you got it or you don't. Since becoming a VA, has anything completely blown your mind or challenged what you thought you knew about? Definitely, the work that goes into them, it's not like it's grueling labor or anything, but as a listener, it's easy just to push play and, just hear it. But, um, referencing the question before this one, it can take some time and some doing. I love the process and all that, but it was a little more than I anticipated. But not much. It's, what has completely blown my mind? I don't know. Everything has blown my mind. I hate to keep going back to, how I'm doing, but just what my career has become. I never anticipated this really at all. What is your ideal perfect happiness? Ooh, that's a good question, but a loaded one. I guess just being healthy of the body, healthy of the mind, and surrounded by good people and doing what I love. Sorry if that's a little generic, but that's what comes to mind. If you had to describe the Desert Darlings in one word, what would it be and why? I keep referencing the Desert Darlings. I don't know if I've specifically explained this, but our Discord server is called the Desert Darlings, so that's kind of become the colloquial name for the listeners. But I would say, accepting or kind, one of those two. Do you ever post a spicy audio, then think about all the girls that are listening, in brackets, and touching themselves to you at that exact moment all around the world and get super turned on and have to, quote, take care of things? I mean, if you do, it's essentially a group masturbation session. I mean, it never comes to where I have to, take care of myself in that aspect, but yeah, that does occur to me, especially when I look at the Soundgasm listens. I think, if a third of those were, people listening and doing their thing to completion, that adds up. That's kind of bananas to think about. Okay. If you had to record an entire NSFW audio without laughing, not even once, could you do it? I don't know. I'm a chronic, nervous giggler, as I'm sure most of you have come to realize, but I think I could do it. If you had to replace one common NSFW phrase with something silly, what would it be? I would replace come for me with FDR's entire Pearl Harbor speech. Maybe it would go like, oh yeah, are you gonna... Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United... What if I just kept going? But yeah, that would be it. If you had the chance to voice act for a high-budget video game, what kind of role would excite you the most? Ooh. Maybe if I could pick up like a narrator type position. Like the Baldur's Gate 3 narrator, something like that. Or if they've made like being a GTA side character, that would be pretty sick. Or if there was like a story-based FPS, like a BioShock type of thing, if I could voice like the main guy for that. But I would have to up my my emotional side. I don't think this cool, smooth, gentle voice would play well. I'd have to get some lessons or something. Have you ever done voice acting in public and someone gave you a weird look? I can't say that I have. I'm not like in line at the grocery store going, "Oh yeah, you gonna fucking." So no, I keep my my VA persona under wraps in public at all times. What's the most underrated trait you think you have? I like to think that I can get along with anybody, no matter what somebody's personality is, no matter what walk of life that they come from. I like to think that that I'm good at kind of getting on their level, you know what I mean? And just relating to them and treat them how they would want to be treated. But yeah. What's the most ridiculous reason you've ever rejected or been turned off by someone? I'll have to pause and think about that one. This one time, there was this girl in high school who, she really liked me looking back, and I kind of liked her, it was one of those things. But, one day during like a free period in class, everybody was kind of up talking, and okay, this is gonna make me seem like the bad guy, but I threw a paper airplane at her, and it very gently, very softly, I say it hit her in the head. It bumped her very lightly, and it gently fell to the ground, and she started crying. She didn't know it was me. And from that point on, I was like, you know what, alright. If a woman can't take some light air assault, she's not the one for me. If your sleep had a soundtrack, what genre would it be? Maybe some like smooth jazz, or maybe some like deep synth, like nightcore. I say isn't nightcore like hype music? Like gentle, like Blade Runner vibes. Would you rather have your thoughts appear in a speech bubble above your head, or your Google search history sent to everyone you know? I'm gonna have to say the Google search history being sent to everyone I know, because if your thoughts are appearing in a gigantic bubble over your head, you are the center of attention everywhere. And no matter what you think, everybody is gonna see it. Everybody, Google search history, I'm gonna have to go that route. This is a good one. Which cartoon character would you hire as your personal assistant? This is a good one. Again, I'll have to pause and think. Okay, I may have to say, it's a toss-up. I'm thinking either, I don't know if he counts as a cartoon character, it's more of an animated film, but I would say Baymax from Big Hero 6. If you've seen the movie, you need no explanation as to how helpful he can be. Diagnose medical issues, help me with essentially anything. Or maybe Hank Hill, the titular character from King of the Hill. He seems like a handyman. He could fix stuff around my house. He's very diligent and organized. I feel like he would have a nice itinerary, and just a very capable, family-oriented man. Then also spending time around him, I could finally perfect my Hank Hill impression. So, toss up between those two. How many socks is too many socks? Asking for a statistically average drawer, of course. I am starting to edge into the territory of too many socks. I must have, oh geez, I'm probably pushing 20 pairs, if I'm being honest. And I think that's too many. Ideally, you should be, if you're doing laundry every week, couple weeks, I think in and around 10 to 12 pairs is kind of the Goldilocks zone. Do you believe vulnerability is a strength or a risk? Oh, geez, we're getting very philosophical after how many socks is too many socks. Um, hmm. I suppose it could be both. You know, um, it depends on who you're vulnerable to. To some, it might help you appear as, more open and kind of bare your soul to somebody a little better, you know, and, show your true self, I suppose. But to some, it could be a risk, they could see it as a method of taking advantage of you. So, yeah, I would say both. And, it should be something that you know how to turn off and on, ideally. If you lost everything that gives you identity, name, face, voice, maybe even followers, what would still be you? I mean, I suppose my personality, maybe? I hate to talk about my own personality because I feel like when people describe their own personality, they only ever tell you the good, and I kind of don't like doing that. But, I like to think I carry myself as, a good person. And, without that, who would I be? I would just be nobody, I guess. But yeah. What do you think is a red flag in a girl? Ooh. Red flag in a girl. Let me think. I would say the first thing that comes to my mind, and hear me out, I will explain myself, but crying too much. I understand, I'm a man and I'm not a very emotional one at that, and I know women can be often a little more in touch with their emotions, generally speaking, of course, and happy crying isn't the issue, but if in the face of the slightest adversity, if a girl starts crying every time, I don't like that. When what I look for in a girl is somebody to help me through the tough times, in a serious relationship at least, and somebody who's going to fold immediately like a wet paper bag under any kind of duress. That's not for me personally. But yeah. A couple repeats here. What is your process for getting in character and the overall acting side of making audios? Well, first and foremost, I like to make sure that I'm feeling good personally. If I'm in the headspace to record, I make sure I'm showered and I've eaten, I'm hydrated, my space is clean, this and that, where I can, truly relax. Sometimes I'll even have a couple drinks. That's a little cowboy secret, just nothing crazy, just, one, maybe two. Kind of loosen up a little bit. I give the script a quick read, and for anybody who's ever read a script, you'll know that there's almost always a little preamble, just setting the scene. What the general vibe is, how the speaker should be acting, how the listener will be acting. I won't always read a script in its entirety before I record, if I'm being honest, but I do always read those just so I can make sure to get the tone right, and then, just kind of, as I get recording, kind of find the character, and then, yeah. What is something you wish you were good or better at? Oof. That is a good one. Um, hmm. I wish I was better at being a little more. I don't know if you mean like just a general life skill or like more philosophical, but um I was gonna say I wish I could. What I was gonna say there is, Jesus. Um, I wish I could be more blunt with people sometimes. Oftentimes I catch myself being a little extra diplomatic. Dancing around things that really don't need dancing around. Um, just for like a personality thing. As for like a real life skill, what do I wish I was better at? Hmm. What do I wish I was better at? Maybe cooking. That's a little it's a little more lighthearted, but I do love to cook. But there's still lots of stuff that I need to learn and lots of techniques that I'd like to perfect. But yeah, there's two things for that. Do 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 do. Couple repeats. Throughout recording, have you ever read any script that you liked, but it was challenging to develop due to different circumstances? Not. Only one comes to mind, and it's. I'll explain the story. It was back this past Halloween. I was doing a script. I won't give too much away about the story because I don't want anybody, trying to find it or anything. But it started off good. And this is another case of me not reading a script the whole way through. It was meant to be like a rougher M-Dom type thing, but then about halfway through it devolved into knife play, which I know there's a market for it, but it's not something I personally mess with. So I ended up just kind of scrapping it. But that's the first thing that comes to mind. Usually the scripts I pick very rarely disappoint. What is the most annoying emergency when recording? Easily when somebody comes home. In a roundabout way, I don't live by myself. So when I'm moaning and groaning and then I hear somebody pull up the driveway, it's a little disheartening. And that puts a hard stop on everything. Couple repeats. Is there a specific accent that you really find attractive? Ooh. I like all accents. I'm a sucker for an accent. Maybe like French or English or maybe Australian. Those are the first three that come to mind. Do. If you could make one species on Earth disappear completely, which would you choose? Probably mosquitoes or wasps. Like, genuinely, what purpose do they serve? I'm not an ecologist. Ecologist? Am I saying that right? Biologist, but if they were to get purged immediately, there's no way that things would get worse. You know, we got to get rid of them. Do you believe in fate? Not really. You know, I think life is what you make it, and you make your own luck. And the things that happen to you have a definite cause. You know, I don't think anything is decided before it happens necessarily. You know, I believe in free will, and yeah, I suppose I don't believe in fate. Have you ever experienced a situation in real life where you suddenly realized the scene before you was one you had seen in a dream? Yes, I've had that. It's never a remarkable thing, you know, it could be simple as, you know, sitting in a restaurant and, you know, the people around me are, you know, saying or doing or wearing a particular thing, and it's like, sometimes it's easy to think maybe you like misremembered that you dreamt it and it's just simple deja vu, but I swear I've had that happen, like a premonition of something happening. Have you ever read the science fiction novel The Three Body Problems? Author is Liu Cixin. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. No, I haven't, but I've heard of it by name. Science fiction novel. No, I have not, but I'll have to check it out. Do you prefer humanities or natural sciences? Ooh, good question. I mean, I'm not a formally educated man. You know, if I'm being completely honest with you, I have a high school education, but you know, since I've been out of school, especially, I have this kind of newfound thirst for knowledge. I don't know. Maybe it's because now that pressure's not on me, but I do love them both. I do find myself kind of leaning more towards the humanities, you know, history and mainly history, but maybe like philosophy, stuff like that. But, you know, the natural sciences, you know, like earth sciences, biology, stuff like that, I am very fascinated with that as well. But if I had to pick, maybe humanities. Have you heard of this internet meme asking your family what they would do if you turned into a cockroach? I have not heard of that. That must be a international thing. Do you value the process or the outcome more? I mean, it's hard to say you don't love the outcome more. And this is a very general question, but in my opinion, you have to value the process, you know. To quote the great Miley Cyrus, how does that song go? I'm drawing a blank. The climb song. Something about climb that mountain. It ain't about what's waiting on the other side. It's the climb. Wise words spoken by a wise woman. Shout out Miley if you're listening. You have said you're from Canada, so which season is your favorite? Thanks. I like early fall is my favorite, which is coincidentally right around the corner. You know, when it's, you know, cool enough where you can kind of wear your fall winter fits. The bugs are all dead. You know, you're not sweating every time you go outside, but it's, you know, there's no snow yet. That like kind of Goldilocks window, which lasts about 8 seconds in Canada, but I would say that is my favorite. couple repeats here. Which virtue do you think is overpraised by society? I have never really thought about that. I'll have to pause and pontificate for a moment. I would maybe have to say loyalty or obedience, and I'll explain that because, I should say obedience, not loyalty, because, not to go full Joker, we live in a society mode on you guys, but, from a young age, we're taught to, this is going to sound cringe as hell, but we're taught to, in certain cases, respect authority without question. And, there's nothing wrong with a sense of order, but we should be a little more, or some people should be a little more, selective with who and what they're obedient to, and we should be more ready to question authority figures in every sense of the word. What trait do you think is most likely to be misunderstood by someone you meet for the first time? Like, which of my traits is likely to be misunderstood? Oof, a lot of philosophical questions back to back here. I would say, in my real life, as I kind of am in audios, I'd say I'm generally a very, soft-spoken, quieter, diplomatic person. I should say first and foremost is I'm a quiet person. I don't really talk unless I have something to talk about. And this would be it. I forget the diplomatic thing, blah, blah, blah. And, me not being super talkative, sometimes it can come off to people that, or as if, I don't like them or I'm upset over something. And I kind of wish that wasn't the case, I like to, if I'm speaking, I like it to matter, I don't talk just to talk, you know what I mean? That would definitely be it. If you could instantly master a very unpopular and useless skill, what would it be? I'd like to be able to speak Latin. I know some people take it in like university, but it seems to be largely a dead language. Not a lot of fluent speakers, and there's almost no real world applications besides teaching it to other people, but it just sounds so cool. I wish I could. Do I know a single word? No. Would I like to? Yes. Could I? Also yes. Am I going to? Probably not, but that being said. Have you ever had a particularly strong sense of deja vu? What was that scenario? I kind of go in and out of it, but I have had it, quite a few times. But again, with the dreaming about something happening and then it happens, it's never anything noteworthy. I don't remember any exact scenarios, but I have had deja vu. Like, have I, I've been here before, I've done this before. At a place you've never been or something you've never done, What color is grossly underestimated in your opinion? I think people can discount the usage of a nice orange, particularly in like interior design. Like orange curtains can give you a real like warm light on I don't know why I'm going interior decorator mode on you guys, but I'm going to. It can give you a nice warm interior light. Or if it's used well on like furniture or in like a throw rug, it can really bring, a very tasteful, retro, and warm, homey vibe into a space. Um, if you were a book, which category would you like to be in the library? Ooh, I haven't been in a library in a minute. I forget the categories. I would hope I would be nonfiction. Maybe maybe mystery. What was the last time you changed your opinion about something, and what made you change? That is another great question. I'm gonna have to think about that. First thing that comes to my mind, and I generally don't like to get political, but about public health care. I used to be much more of a, pull yourself up by your bootstraps type of guy about that. But now, as I'm getting older and, me and my family members are having to use more of the medical system, and, I'm kind of really grasping, how governments spend their money and where, you know, um, if a country has the money to be funding, you know, foreign wars and stuff like that, they should certainly have the money to support their citizens. I think, uh, you know, we pay enough tax, at least, in Canada and the world, I guess you could say the Western world and the world over, everybody pays tax, and sometimes at an exorbitant rate. And that given, you shouldn't have to stress about you or your loved ones not receiving care when you go to use a public system that we all pay for. It should be, there's no reason why it shouldn't be able to be covered. So, I would say that would be it. Is there something you firmly believe in but cannot prove with science or logic? Nothing comes to mind. I hate to be boring about this one, but I'm a very logical person, I suppose. I don't believe in anything unless I know it, or unless I see some evidence that it's true. You know what I mean? I'm fascinated with stuff like the paranormal and all that. Do I genuinely, set in stone believe it? Not necessarily. I hate to be boring about this one, but I don't have anything as of yet. If something comes to me further down the line, I'll come back to this one, but as of right now, no, I'm so sorry. A little bit curious, besides feeling grateful, do you also find it novel and cute to connect with friends from a completely different culture? Yes, absolutely. Before I started this, I didn't have online friends at all, much less international people. Everything I had learned about other countries and cultures up until this point has all been, word of mouth or what you're taught, and now I have the opportunity to, talk one-on-one with people from wildly different cultures, wildly different countries. And it's been one of the most unexpected, but one of the most enjoyable aspects of doing this is, connecting with international people and seeing what life is truly like, what daily life is like, the pros and cons of different societies. I really like that aspect of it. Do you prefer the chaos of city life or the quiet of rural life? I prefer rural life. I have lived in the city when I was younger, and it was okay. And there's a certain aspect of it. I like to visit the big city. Um, there's something oddly enjoyable to me about the chaos of it. That concrete jungle, that panic, hustle and bustle. But excuse me. But I like to be able to escape it at the end of the day. I wouldn't want to live in like a deep into a city. I much prefer the out of town lifestyle, given its pros and cons. Couple repeats. You always seem super calm and emotionally stable. Thank you. Is there anything that actually gets on your nerves, and have you ever totally lost emotional control? No, to be honest. How about the losing control thing? I don't recall a time in my life where I've like genuinely crashed out and lost control of my emotions. I've never yelled at anybody that I remember. I'm positive it's happened once or twice. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but is there anything that gets on your nerves? Yeah, just I hate to be general about it, but negative people and, complaining, constant complaining people, people who can't handle any kind of adversity, people who can't deal with, easily solvable problems, that type of stuff. Those are all my pet peeves, but I try to keep a handle on it. I try to stay calm at all times. Also, my dog is snoring heavily. I'm so sorry if this is coming through, but next question. Maybe I should expand on that. What are your tips to keep your emotions stable? It seems like you've always remained so calm, which is comforting and hot. Thank you. Being a generally calm person, again, I think it's a personality trait that you're born with or raised to have, but oftentimes, what am I saying here? Let me think. If when you find yourself getting emotional over something, you have to think two things. A, is there anything I can possibly do to fix this? Or is this totally out of my hands? And B, what am I getting out of feeling the way I'm feeling? Are my emotions gonna sort of help me to find a solution? Or am I feeling a certain way, over something I can't change? That's all that really comes to mind for me. Couple repeats. Do you want any tattoos, or have you gotten any since? Oh, I think I already answered this. No tattoos since the last Q&A. Any updated favorite foods, snacks, or drinks? I've nothing in particular. I've kind of gotten into diet sodas because I do love a good soft drink, but the sugar really adds up, and I know aspartame and all that. I do try to keep those at a limit, but I just feel a little bit cleaner in a way. But no, favorite foods, snacks, most of it's remained the same. How do you feel when your cat sees you playing with yourself? I make him leave the room, or at least look away. We don't have that kind of, I don't allow that to happen. Um, couple repeats. What made you want to start making specifically safe for work, comforting you to sleep audios? How does it feel knowing you genuinely help people feel safe and at peace to fall asleep? It feels amazing. As I said before, it's very gratifying to know that I can help people in not just sexual ways, and that kind of leads me into the first part too. I only did NSFW for the longest time, and I kind of wanted to branch out a little bit, just to mix it up for myself, and also to be able to branch out to YouTube, but also just so that I could be seen in a bit more of a varied light rather than just making, straight up audio porn. If I could make something a little more, on the calming and softer side, sleep aid kind of angle. For the sleeping aid audios, how do you manage to get the sleepy stretching noises just right? It's appalling. I don't know. I kind of stretch like in real life as I record them. I guess that would be my method, but thank you. Would you like a sweet cake or some sweet snack? As in, do I prefer sweets or savory? I mean, I'll get down with a sweet once in a while, but I'm much more of a savory guy. Or excuse me, the question is a sweet cake or a sweet snack? I'm more of like a pastry chocolate guy than like a candy guy. I will say that. Okay, I'm on the hunt for some new music. I thought I'd ask you, what's your favorite music genre? I think we talked about genres earlier. Any bands or artists I need to check out? I don't know a whole lot of like hip, cool artists that like nobody knows about. I'll have to check my playlist. I'll see if I have anything unique. Yeah, I'm kind of struggling a little bit, but if I had to say something, this is more of a blanket answer. But I would say don't sleep on old country. If you're into like vintage music at all, a lot of people are put off of country by like the current state of it, the pop radio country, which I totally understand because some of the stuff coming out today is not great. And yeah, but don't let that push you away from even like early 2000s, as late as that, or even older. There's some genuinely amazing talents and beautiful songs in that space. I could give some recommendations, but I could go on and on. Just explore for yourself, because it's a varied genre in itself. But I'm sure any music fan will find a couple that they like at very least. Can you sing Cowboy Like Me by Taylor Swift? I'm not familiar with the song, and I don't know if I can do a cappella, but maybe someday. In real life, are you as vocal, I mean like moaning and talkative during sex, as you are in your audios? Not really. In real life, I'm a very quiet person, Sometimes I don't make any noise. But I know that it can play well for the girl if you are a little more loud. So I try to incorporate that a little bit. Based on your Reddit banner, do you usually wear black frame glasses? Yes, my current pair, they're like, the tops are black framed, and then the undersides are like a chrome, kind of. And the arms. What's your hairstyle like? I change it up pretty often, but I usually will leave it longer on top And then I'll either kind of push it all straight back, or as it gets a little longer, I'll do like a wavy middle part kind of thing. And then in the back, I'm always changing it up. Sometimes I'll have it, shorter and cleaned up, or I'll leave it a little longer, just depending on kind of how I'm feeling. Do you own any classic cowboy outfits, like a cowboy hat or boots? Since the last Q&A, I finally got myself a proper pair of cowboy boots, which would recommend. They're extremely comfy, and they style very well with, jeans and basically anything, I've been rocking the jeans, cowboy boots, and Hawaiian shirt. Elite summer combo. Very stylish. Would recommend. Or, like a hoodie, a jacket, t-shirt, it goes with anything. I do have a cowboy hat, but it doesn't fit me anymore. I bought it when I was younger, and my head is enormous, and I've kind of outgrown it. What was your major in college? I never went to college. High school education, as I mentioned, I am not an educated boy. Have you ever felt really lost or anxious before? How did you get through those times? Yes, absolutely. I like to say that I'm kind of out of it, but I feel like everybody feels like that sometimes, and you know, I don't. I wish there was some golden thing I could say to kind of impart some advice on people going through that, but I don't know. Everybody's situation is different, and we're all different people, We all need different things. We all deal with things differently, I would say, there's that old saying, if you're going through hell, keep going, If you're in a bad situation, just diligently, but at your own pace, find out whatever it is you need to do to help yourself out of it. Whether it's, cut out toxic people, take better care of your mental health and or physical health, surround yourself with people who care about you, good people, and find something that you enjoy, I would say, is the biggest blanket thing I could offer. What outfits make you feel sexy and confident? Well, the cowboy boots, for one. I don't know. I like my winter fits are all my best ones. Summertime I dress mostly the same. But I have one of those jean jackets that has like a Sharpay collar, kind of like in my profile picture. I have one of those jackets, and I do like wearing that. I recently bought like a Carhartt jacket, the beige ones or brown, and I secretly can't wait for it to get cold so I can start wearing that. Because I tried it on, and I really do like the look. Do you plan to release cover songs in the future? Your humming during the live stream sounds really nice. Thank you. Perhaps. I think I've mentioned this a couple times as well. Cover songs? Maybe. But thank you so much. What do you usually have for breakfast, and at what time do you have dinner with your family? I do have dinner with my family whenever possible. But I'm not a big breakfast guy. I don't usually wake up hungry. I just have, a coffee, maybe a couple eggs if I am feeling hungry, but more often than not, I won't eat until lunchtime. I know that's not the thing to be doing, breakfast, most important meal of the day, but it's just usually how it works out for me. What's a pet name you don't like or wouldn't want to be called? Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't say I dislike a lot of pet names. I I don't. I hate to be boring, but nothing comes to mind. Pet names, I'll take them where I can get them. I think they're all really sweet. Um, couple repeats. Do you have a farm? Yeah, more of an acreage, but I do live out of town. Has anybody said your pace of speech is quite slow? Not, no. No, nobody in my real life, and not that I remember online. What's my favorite position? Oh boy. Again, I hate to be plain vanilla cowboy, but I think missionary is oftentimes slept on. You know, some nice eye contact. Kissing is possible. I don't know why I'm getting so shy. You know, it's very intimate, you know. Feels great. Or maybe like a cowgirl. You know, kind of the same vibe. Very intimate. Or like a face if I'm feeling, you know, wild. A nice face down, ass up. Okay, I'm moving on. When you see this question, go drink some water and then give me a kiss. I don't have any water on hand, but there you are. Hi, Cowboy. Could you tell us what kinds of movies or drama series you like, and could you name some of your favorites, if there is any? I don't watch a lot of drama series. For like my all-time favorite movies, if I had to wrap a couple off, and these are all like, they're kind of stereotypical like boy movies, but I'd say Blade Runner series, Mad Max series, Bronson with Tom Hardy, that's one I always go back to. The Shining, Lighthouse, Fight Club, that's a good one. Let me think. Yeah, I'm sure I could make a bigger list, but those are the first few that come to mind. But I'm not a drama series watcher, if I'm being perfectly honest. What do you usually do during Christmas, and what is your favorite holiday? Christmas, I like to spend it with family, you know, just doing the usual, making food, watching Christmas movies, the whole gifts and the whole gamut. What is my favorite holiday? It might be Christmas. Or maybe Halloween for a close second. You know, the spooky vibe. Of course, it's the best when you're a kid, but as an adult, I've kind of come to appreciate it. You know, I like the fall season. I like to see people out trick-or-treating with their kids, decorating. I like all that kind of stuff. Would you enjoy using matching items with your future partner, like couple pajamas or other things? I wouldn't say I would suggest it personally. I may or may not enjoy it, but I think it actually, you know what, I think it can be cute. Like matching, like you see like couples will have matching swimsuits where like the girl's bikini matches the guy's trunks. You know, maybe now that I could maybe get down with something like that, yes. But like matching pajamas where it's like the same outfit, that strikes me as a little weird. But if it can like match but also complement the other, I like that. That's very sweet. And yeah, at long last, geez Louise, we're over the 4 hour mark, but that will do it for all of the questions. Yeah, I've recorded this over several days. If there's any weird like tonal jumps or anything like that you've noticed, but I'm sure I gave a big speech at the beginning, but just to recap, once again, thank you all so much. Again, I'm blown away with the progress that we've made and with the support that you guys have shown me. And yeah, I couldn't be happier with how this is all going. So, yeah. In closing, keep enjoying my audios. New ones every week. I do a safe for work every week, not safe for work every other week. Or I alternate week to week, is what I should say. Live stream Fridays and Saturdays, 9:30 CST on twitch.tv/cowboyva, or also on my YouTube channel, where I will probably be posting this. I don't know if I'll do Soundgasm this time, but yeah, to sum it all up, onwards and upwards, everybody. I love you all, and thank you so much. We will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Mwah.